It didn't happen all at once. There was no explosion, no warning, no final sunset that anyone thought to remember. Morning simply didn't arrive. At first, everyone assumed it was late. Clouds, maybe, a storm, a rare atmospheric delay that science would explain by noon. Clocks continued to tick. Phones refreshed. Alarms rang, were silenced, rang again, but the light never changed. The sky remained in that deep, suspended shade just before dawn, the color the world wears when it's holding its breath. Streets waited, windows waited, people waited, because that is what humans do when they believe something familiar is coming back. Morning had always come back. That belief was so deeply wired into the human nervous system that no one questioned it. Not consciously, not yet. Entire civilizations had collapsed. Wars had erased cities, oceans had swallowed coastlines, but morning had always returned until this one didn't. And for the first time in human history, the world experienced something far more unsettling than darkness. It experienced uncertainty without a name. If you're listening to this right now, there's a good chance you're doing so at night. Your body understands the idea of waiting for morning. Your muscles know that eventually the light will shift and reset something inside you. But imagine this instead. Imagine lying awake, not because you can't sleep, but because your body is waiting for a signal that never comes. No birds, no soft blue edge creeping across the sky, no sense of beginning, just the same dim hour, stretched thin. People stepped outside at what should have been sunrise. They checked the horizon the way sailors once did, searching for proof that the world still knew how to move forward. It didn't. Some laughed, nervously. Some blamed faulty perception. Some blamed governments, satellites, scientists, anyone who could be blamed without requiring the terrifying alternative. Because the alternative was simple. What if morning isn't guaranteed? What if it never was? By the time panic truly set in, it was already too late for panic to be useful. The human brain is incredibly good at handling threats with edges, fires, predators, countdowns, but it struggles with threats that don't announce themselves. This wasn't an ending. This was a continuation without a reset. And that distinction matters more than it seems. Morning is not just light. It is permission. Permission to begin again. Permission to believe that yesterday has been sealed off. Permission for mistakes to belong to the past. Without morning, time doesn't stop. It loses its shape. People still went to work that first day, or what they called a day, out of habit. Offices turned on brighter lights. Schools opened late, then opened anyway. Productivity software continued to label hours with optimistic names like AUM, even though no one could explain what those letters meant anymore. Inside their bodies, something subtle began to fracture. Cortisol, the hormone that usually surges in the early morning, hesitated. Melatonin lingered longer than it should. Core body temperatures drifted untethered from their ancient schedule. Millions of years of biological expectation stared into an empty sky and received no answer. The human organism is not designed for a world without beginnings. It can endure hunger. It can endure pain. It can endure darkness. What it struggles to endure is ambiguity that never resolves. By the second cycle, if it can even be called a cycle, people stopped asking, "When will the sun rise?" and started asking something quieter. "What time is it supposed to be right now?" That question sounds trivial, until you realize how much of your identity depends on it. Your memories are organized by mornings. Your goals are framed by tomorrows. Your sense of progress relies on the idea that each day starts somewhere. Without morning, life becomes one long continuation. No first sip of coffee that marks a beginning. No opening of curtains. No collective inhale of a city waking up. Just existence, already in motion, with no clear place to step in. And if you're kind enough to stay with this recording, if you find yourself curious about what happens to the human mind, the human body, and the human idea of hope when the world never resets, then take a moment now to like this video, share it with someone who listens late at night, and subscribe to Sleepy Scientist Recordings. This isn't a story you'll want to rush, and it isn't one you'll want to listen to alone, because what follows isn't about a planet plunging into darkness. It's about what happens when the most reliable promise humans have ever known quietly disappears and leaves us alone with the question of whether we were ever meant to keep going without it. As hours blurred into something less defined, people began to notice that the real problem wasn't the absence of light. It was the absence of edges. When does a mistake end if there is no morning after it? When does rest begin if there is no night before it? When does a life feel like it's moving forward if every moment feels like the middle of something that never started? The world did not collapse that day. It drifted, and in that drift, something far more fragile than civilization began to weaken: the human sense of time itself. At first, people tried to keep time the way they always had. They trusted their clocks. They trusted their schedules. They trusted the idea that minutes, hours, and days still meant what they had meant before. Because when something disappears without explanation, the human instinct is not to abandon structure. It is to cling to it harder. So, alarms continued to ring. Meetings still began on time. News anchors greeted audiences with phrases that had always worked, even though no one could explain why they were still saying good morning. Language lags behind reality. Time, however, does not. Without morning, the edges of time began to soften in a way no one had prepared for. Hours bled into each other, not because clocks failed, but because the brain no longer had a biological reference point to anchor them. Humans do not experience time objectively. They experience it through contrast, light and dark, sleep and wakefulness, beginning and ending. When those contrasts disappear, time does not stop. It dissolves. People noticed it first in small, unsettling ways. A conversation that felt like it lasted 10 minutes had actually stretched for over an hour. A work shift ended, but it didn't feel like anything had concluded. Meals were eaten not out of hunger, but out of obligation or boredom, or a vague sense that enough time must have passed. The internal clock, the one built into the brain long before wristwatches were invented, was confused. It kept asking a question it had never needed to ask before. Is this the start or the continuation? Normally, the brain answers that question effortlessly. Morning is the divider. Everything before it belongs to yesterday. Everything after it belongs to today. But now, there was no divider, only a long, uninterrupted present. Psychologists have a word for what happens when the mind loses clear temporal boundaries, but most people experiencing it didn't need terminology to understand the discomfort. They described it as floating, as hovering, as being stuck in a hallway with no doors. Time still passed, but it no longer moved forward. And that distinction matters more than it seems. Forward movement requires markers. Progress requires milestones. Healing requires an after. Without mourning, nothing ever felt fully behind anyone. Mistakes lingered longer. Regrets echoed louder. Arguments didn't cool overnight. Grief didn't get its quiet hours to soften. There was no symbolic reset. Every emotional state began to feel permanent, not because it was, but because there was no clear signal telling the brain it was allowed to change. Sleep became strange. People still slept, but not deeply, not cleanly, not with the certainty that comes from knowing the world will look different when you wake up. Dreams stretched, nightmares looped. Some people woke up convinced they hadn't slept at all, even after hours of unconsciousness. Others slept too much, trying to force a reset that no longer existed. Without mourning, waking lost its meaning. You can open your eyes without waking up. Children struggled in ways adults didn't immediately recognize. They asked questions that seemed simple but carried enormous weight. Is it today yet? When is tomorrow coming? How many sleeps until anything? Parents gave answers that felt hollow, even as they said them. Soon, later, after some time. But children are exceptionally sensitive to inconsistency. They could feel that something fundamental had shifted. They could sense that the rules governing the world were being improvised in real time. And improvisation is not comforting when it replaces certainty. Schools tried to maintain schedules, but learning slowed. Not because children couldn't concentrate, but because their brains were missing the rhythmic reinforcement that makes memory stick. Morning primes the brain for intake. It prepares neural circuits for novelty. Without it, information slid off more easily. Adults weren't immune. Memory began to warp. People struggled to place events in order. Did that conversation happen before sleep or after? Was that mistake yesterday or much longer ago? Without mornings to separate days, memories stacked without clear layers, everything felt recent, everything felt unresolved. The past crept closer, no longer held at a comfortable distance by the idea of another day. Time, as humans experience it, is not a straight line. It is a series of rooms connected by doors. Morning is the door. Without it, people were forced to live in one endless room. Some tried to create artificial mornings. Light therapy lamps flooded apartments with brightness at scheduled hours. Smart homes simulated gradual dawns. Cities adjusted street lighting to mimic sunrise hues. But the brain is not easily fooled. Artificial light can illuminate, but it cannot convince. Because what makes morning powerful isn't brightness alone. It's predictability. It's trust. It's the deeply embedded belief that the world renews itself on schedule. That belief had been broken. And once broken, it couldn't be repaired with technology alone. Economists began to notice anomalies. Productivity dipped not sharply, but steadily. Motivation eroded not through exhaustion, but through disorientation. People completed tasks, but without satisfaction. Finished projects didn't feel finished. There was no sense of arrival. Deadlines lost their psychological weight. Without a clear start to the day, urgency blurred. Everything became vaguely urgent, or not urgent at all. Time management stopped working because time no longer felt manageable. Social interactions changed. People apologized less for being late because lateness no longer had a clear meaning. Plans became tentative. Meet later replaced meet tomorrow. Commitments softened, not out of carelessness, but out of genuine uncertainty. The future became harder to visualize. When humans imagine the future, they imagine mornings. They imagine waking up into something new. Take that away, and the future becomes an extension of the present rather than a destination. Hope relies on contrast. Without morning, hope struggled to find a shape. This wasn't despair yet, not exactly. Despair has an intensity, a sharpness, a breaking point. What emerged instead was something quieter and more corrosive, a sense of endlessness. Endlessness sounds poetic until you have to live inside it. Days without edges feel longer than days with pain. They stretch perception. They exhaust attention. They wear down the nervous system not through stress, but through monotony without relief. Even pleasure dulled. Without mourning, joy didn't sparkle the way it used to. Celebrations felt muted. Birthdays were observed, but without the emotional punctuation of a new day beginning. Anniversaries arrived without arrival. Everything happened, but nothing began. People started to ask deeper questions, not out loud, but in the quiet spaces where thought drifts when it has no schedule to follow. If time doesn't reset, what am I working toward? If today never truly ends, when do I rest? If tomorrow doesn't arrive, what does hope even mean? Philosophers had warned for centuries that time is a construct, that humans impose structure on a universe that does not inherently provide it. But those warnings had always been theoretical, discussed in books, debated in classrooms. Now they were lived, and lived experience is far less forgiving than theory. The absence of mourning revealed something uncomfortable. Humans are not built to exist in pure continuity. They need interruption. They need separation. They need the illusion of fresh starts. Without those, even freedom begins to feel like a trap. Some people adapted faster than others. They abandoned old schedules and listened only to internal signals. Eat when hungry, sleep when tired, work when able. At first, this felt liberating. Then it began to feel empty, because without shared temporal anchors, society frays. Coordination becomes harder. Empathy becomes harder. It's difficult to say, I know how you feel today, when no one is sure what day it is. Time, it turns out, is a social agreement as much as a physical phenomenon. And that agreement was unraveling. As the endless dimness stretched on, something subtle but profound began to shift inside the collective human psyche. People stopped asking when morning would come. They started asking whether it mattered, if it ever did. That question lingered, unanswered, as bodies continued to drift out of sync with the clocks that still insisted everything was normal. And somewhere beneath the confusion of hours and the blur of days, a deeper problem was forming, one that had nothing to do with calendars or schedules, and everything to do with the human body itself. Because while time was losing its edges, something even more fundamental was beginning to lose its rhythm. Long before humans learned how to count days, the body already knew when to wake. It didn't need language. It didn't need clocks. It didn't need calendars carved into stone. It needed light. Not the idea of light, not brightness as a concept, but the precise gradual shift of photons entering the eye at just the right angle, passing through retinal cells that had evolved specifically to detect dawn. For hundreds of thousands of years, that signal had arrived without fail. And now, it didn't. The first systems to notice were not emotional. They were chemical. Inside every human body, there exists a delicate choreography of hormones that assumes morning will come. Cortisol is meant to rise just before waking, gently increasing alertness. Melatonin is meant to fall away, releasing the brain from sleep's gravity. Body temperature is meant to climb, heart rate to adjust, digestion to prepare. None of these processes are conscious. They are faith-based. They happen because the body believes the world will behave the way it always has. When morning failed to arrive, the body didn't panic. It hesitated. Cortisol rose late, then unevenly. Melatonin lingered longer than it should have, then dropped abruptly for no clear reason. People woke up feeling wired and exhausted at the same time, as if their systems had received conflicting instructions, which they had. The circadian rhythm is not a clock. It is a conversation between the body and the environment. And that conversation had gone silent. People began describing sensations that were difficult to articulate. A heaviness behind the eyes that didn't go away with rest. A buzzing fatigue that sleep didn't resolve. A strange sense of alertness at inappropriate moments, followed by sudden crashes. Doctors initially assumed stress. That made sense. Something unprecedented had happened. Anxiety was expected, but anxiety alone doesn't disrupt body temperature cycles. It doesn't flatten hormonal peaks. It doesn't erase the subtle anticipatory signals that normally prepare the body for waking. This was deeper. This was the body missing a promise it had never learned how to question. Sleep laboratories around the world filled quickly. Volunteers were monitored under constant conditions, their environments controlled, their lighting carefully regulated. The results were consistent and unsettling. Without natural morning light, human circadian rhythms began to drift, not in a synchronized way, but individually. Some people's internal days stretched longer than 24 hours. Others shortened. Some lost rhythm entirely. The body stopped agreeing with itself. And when the body loses internal consensus, everything else follows. People reported feeling detached from their own sensations. Hunger signals misfired. Thirst went unnoticed. Pain thresholds changed. Some felt numb, others hypersensitive. The nervous system, lacking its usual daily calibration, became unpredictable. Mood disorders surged, but not in familiar patterns. Depression didn't always feel heavy. Anxiety didn't always feel sharp. Instead, emotions flattened or flickered, rising and falling without clear cause. There was no morning to stabilize them. Normally, morning acts as an emotional anchor. It offers a narrative break. Whatever happened before belongs to the past. Whatever comes next can be approached with slightly altered chemistry. Without that anchor, emotions carried over. Grief had no pause. Anger had no cooling-off period. Joy had no moment of renewal. Everything accumulated. Sleep itself began to change shape. People still slept, but their sleep fractured. REM cycles drifted out of alignment. Deep sleep shortened for some, lengthened unnaturally for others. Dreams became vivid, elongated, strangely coherent, as if the brain, deprived of external cues, turned inward to create its own sense of progression. Many reported dreaming of mornings, not metaphorically, literally. Sunlight spilling through windows, the sound of distant traffic beginning its daily rhythm, the feeling of stepping into a new day. These dreams carried an emotional weight disproportionate to their simplicity. People woke from them with a hollow ache, a sense of loss they couldn't quite explain. The brain remembers what the body needs. Children were hit hardest, though they often couldn't express it. Their bodies are more plastic, more adaptable, but also more dependent on consistent signals. Without morning light, their sleep-wake cycles shifted rapidly, sometimes dramatically. Some became nocturnal without effort. Others drifted into erratic patterns, sleeping in fragments throughout the endless dimness. Parents noticed changes in behavior before anything else. Irritability without obvious cause. Sudden emotional outbursts. A quiet withdrawal that felt older than their years. Children asked fewer questions about why the sun wasn't rising. Instead, they asked questions about themselves. Why am I tired all the time? Why do I feel strange? Why does my body feel wrong? Adults rarely had good answers. Medical professionals began to speak more carefully. They avoided certainty. They spoke in probabilities and adjustments and adaptation curves. They recommended routines, consistency, artificial light schedules. But beneath the clinical language was an unspoken truth. Human biology was improvising, and improvisation is exhausting. The immune system weakened in subtle ways. Infections lingered longer. Inflammation markers rose across populations. Recovery slowed. The body repairs itself most efficiently in cycles. Without mourning to mark those cycles, repair became less reliable. People didn't collapse. They deteriorated quietly. Athletes noticed declines in performance even when training remained consistent. Reaction times slowed. Coordination faltered. Muscles recovered more slowly between exertions. It wasn't weakness, it was desynchronization. Every cell in the body runs on a clock, and those clocks are meant to be reset daily by light. Remove that reset, and cellular timekeeping becomes noisy, error-prone. Over time, noise becomes damage. But perhaps the most unsettling changes occurred not in measurable metrics, but in perception. People began to feel unreal, not dissociated in the dramatic sense, more like slightly misaligned with themselves, as if consciousness were lagging behind the body or racing ahead of it. The phrase, "I don't feel like myself," became common. Mourning had always played a role in identity. It marked the transition from one version of the self to another, the tired self to the capable self, the yesterday self to the today self. Without that transition, identity blurred. Who are you if you never wake up? Who are you if you're always already in the middle of being something? Some tried to recreate the ritual of waking. They showered at designated hours. They brewed coffee. They opened curtains to darkness and pretended. Ritual helped, a little. But rituals without belief eventually hollow out. The body knows when a signal is symbolic and when it is real. Artificial light could stimulate the retina, but it could not replicate the gradual full-spectrum shift that evolution had tuned the human organism to recognize as dawn. More importantly, it could not restore trust, because what the body missed was not brightness, it missed reliability. Mourning had always been proof that the world was still cooperating with expectation, that physics, astronomy, and biology were still aligned. Now they weren't, and that misalignment created a low-level stress that never fully resolved. Stress without spikes, fatigue without rest, alertness without clarity, the kind of state that erodes rather than breaks. As weeks blurred into something less definable, researchers began noticing a pattern that unsettled them deeply. People who stopped trying to impose artificial mornings adapted better physically, but worse psychologically. Their bodies stabilized somewhat. Their sleep became more consistent, albeit unconventional, but their sense of meaning declined. Without mornings, days stopped feeling like journeys and began feeling like conditions, something to exist within rather than move through. The body can survive conditions. The mind needs narratives. Morning had always been the opening line of the daily story. Without it, the story never began. And without beginnings, the brain struggles to imagine endings. People stopped imagining future versions of themselves. Long-term planning felt abstract, even pointless. Motivation shrank not because of laziness, but because the internal chemistry that supports anticipation had been disrupted. Dopamine, the neurotransmitter associated with reward prediction, relies heavily on temporal cues. Morning provides one of the strongest. Remove it, and anticipation weakens. Life becomes flatter, not unbearable, just less alive. As this quiet physiological erosion continued, something else emerged alongside it. A collective realization still unspoken, still forming. The problem was not simply that the body needed light. It was that the body had evolved assuming the universe would offer renewal on a schedule. That assumption had been violated. And violations of that scale do not remain contained within biology. They bleed upward, from cells to sensations, from sensations to emotions, from emotions to meaning. As human bodies drifted further from their ancient rhythm, a deeper question began to surface, not in laboratories, not in medical journals, but in the quiet moments when people lay awake, unsure whether they were resting or waiting. If the body cannot tell when a new day begins, what happens to the mind that depends on that knowledge to decide when to let go? The first thing people lost was not sleep, it was safety. Not physical safety, not the kind that comes from locked doors or guarded borders, but the quieter kind, the kind the nervous system carries without ever naming it. The assurance that if you endure long enough, something will change. Morning had always been that assurance. Even on the worst nights, nights of grief, fear, pain, regret, there was an implicit understanding woven into the body. Hold on, because this will not last forever. Light will return. The world will shift. You will get another chance to re-enter it. When morning disappeared, that promise vanished with it. At first, people didn't recognize what they were feeling as fear. It didn't arrive with a racing heart or shallow breath. It arrived as vigilance. A low, constant alertness, the kind that never switches off. The human nervous system is designed to cycle between states, activation and rest, tension and release. Night allows vigilance to soften because morning guarantees relief. But without morning, vigilance had nowhere to go. People described it as never fully relaxing. Even during moments that should have felt calm, there was an undercurrent of readiness. Muscles held tension they didn't need. Minds scanned for threats that weren't clearly defined. The world felt unfinished, and unfinished things demand attention. Neuroscientists would later explain that the brain treats unresolved situations as ongoing tasks. Without a clear endpoint, the brain keeps them active, keeps them alive in working memory. Morning used to close loops. It ended the night. Now the loop stayed open. This had consequences. Small stressors began to feel larger. Minor uncertainties spiraled. People found themselves overreacting to inconveniences they would have once shrugged off. It wasn't weakness, it was load. The nervous system was carrying too many open files. Sleep, already unstable, became lighter. Not shorter necessarily, but shallower. The brain refused to fully disengage, afraid of missing something important, though it couldn't articulate what that something was. People woke up feeling as if they had been on duty all night. Dreams shifted again. Not vivid this time, not symbolic. Dreams became repetitive. People dreamed of waiting rooms, of hallways, of standing outside doors that never opened, of looking at skies that remained unchanged no matter how long they stared. These dreams weren't dramatic, they were procedural, and that was what made them unsettling. They reflected the brain rehearsing a state of prolonged uncertainty, trying to adapt to a world without resolution. Children began sleeping closer to adults, not out of fear of monsters or darkness, but out of something harder to name. They sensed that the world was no longer reassuring itself. Adults felt it too. They found themselves seeking proximity, staying on calls longer than necessary, lingering in shared spaces, talking about nothing, just to keep voices present. Silence felt heavier than it used to, not because it was dark, but because it no longer felt temporary. Psychologists noticed an increase in what they called anticipatory anxiety, but it didn't fit the usual pattern. People weren't anxious about specific events. They weren't worried about what might happen. They were anxious about what might not happen. What if this just continues? That question, once planted, is difficult to remove. Without mourning, the future lost its most basic reassurance, the reassurance that time moves toward something. Instead, time felt like it was pooling, and pooled time feels dangerous. The brain evolved to interpret stagnation as threat. In nature, environments that do not change often indicate depletion, entrapment, or death. Movement equals survival. Mourning had always signaled movement at the largest scale imaginable, the planet itself turning toward light. Without that signal, the world felt strangely still, even though nothing had physically stopped. People began to describe a sense of being watched, not by anything external, by time itself, as if time had stopped participating in the agreement it once had with humanity. The idea of safety is deeply tied to predictability. You feel safe not because nothing bad happens, but because you believe you can anticipate what comes next. Mourning was the most reliable predictor humans ever had. Its absence didn't introduce chaos, it introduced doubt. And doubt is corrosive. Over time, this low-grade fear began to shape behavior. Risk tolerance dropped. People avoided change. New projects felt overwhelming. Commitments felt heavier. Even positive decisions carried more weight because there was no sense of a clean slate waiting on the other side. The phrase, "We'll see how it feels tomorrow," disappeared from conversations. There was no tomorrow to feel into, only now, and now felt crowded. Mental health professionals noticed an increase in dissociative coping mechanisms. People distracted themselves more aggressively, endless scrolling, background noise at all hours. Constant stimulation to avoid sitting with the stillness. Stillness had become suspicious. Before, stillness belonged to night. It was framed, contained. Now it was everywhere. People began leaving lights on constantly, not for visibility, but for reassurance. Darkness itself wasn't the problem. The problem was darkness without an endpoint. Light became a symbol of control rather than clarity. But symbols can only carry so much weight. The human fear response, when deprived of resolution, does something subtle and dangerous. It normalizes. After enough time, the constant alertness faded. Not because safety returned, but because the nervous system cannot stay activated forever. People didn't feel better. They felt flatter. This was the beginning of something harder to detect than panic. A gradual blunting. When fear has no object and no timeline, the brain eventually reduces sensitivity. It dampens emotional range to preserve energy. This is not healing, it is conservation. The world grew quieter emotionally, not calmer, quieter. People reacted less strongly to news. Tragedies felt distant even when they were personal. Joy registered, but briefly, without echo. Mourning had always amplified emotion by providing contrast. Without it, everything landed in the same dim register. Parents noticed that children cried less, but laughed less too. Emotional peaks and valleys smoothed into a narrow band. This worried some, relieved others. A flat emotional landscape is easier to manage, but it comes at a cost. Creativity declined. Playfulness faded. Curiosity weakened. The mind needs safety to explore, and safety had been replaced by endurance. There is a difference. Endurance says, I can survive this. Safety says, I can grow here. As weeks stretched into something undefined, conversations began shifting toward coping rather than understanding. People stopped asking why the sun wasn't rising. They asked how to live without it. Advice columns appeared. Self-help guides circulated. Experts spoke about acceptance, resilience, reframing, all useful, all incomplete. Because beneath the surface, the nervous system was still asking the same question it had been asking since the first morning failed to arrive. When does this end? No one could answer. And unanswered questions, when carried long enough, begin to change the person asking them. Some people found strange comfort in the permanence of it. If this is how it is now, at least it is consistent. At least there is nothing left to wait for. Waiting is exhausting. Letting go of expectation felt, to some, like relief. But letting go of expectation also means letting go of hope. Not dramatic hope, not cinematic hope. The quiet hope that tomorrow might feel slightly different. Without mourning, hope had to be reinvented or abandoned. And as fear settled into the background of human experience, something else began to emerge in its place. Not despair, control. If the world would not provide a sense of safety, people would attempt to manufacture it themselves. Through routines, through rules, through rigid structures, meant to replace the missing rhythm of light. What followed was not panic, but order. Order imposed not for efficiency, but for reassurance. And as societies leaned harder into structure to compensate for the loss of mourning, they began to discover something unsettling. The tighter you grip control in a world without natural beginnings, the harder it becomes to remember why you're holding on at all. Order arrived quietly, not as a decree, not as a revolution, but as a collective instinct. If the world would no longer reset itself, humans would try to do it manually. Schedules hardened, routines became stricter. People began clinging to structure, not because it made life better, but because it made life feel predictable. Predictability, even artificial, offered relief to nervous systems that had lost their most ancient signal of safety. Work became the first arena where this shift revealed itself. Before the disappearance of mourning, work had always been anchored to beginnings. The day started, tasks followed. The day ended. Even unfinished work belonged to tomorrow. Now there was no tomorrow to offload things onto, so work expanded, not in hours alone, but in psychological territory. People logged in earlier, not because they were early, but because early had lost meaning. They logged off later, unsure what they were returning to. Boundaries dissolved quietly. Managers noticed something strange. Output didn't collapse. In fact, In some sectors, productivity initially increased. People filled the void left by missing mornings with activity. Action feels safer than waiting. Emails multiplied, meetings lengthened, documentation became more detailed. Everything needed to be tracked, time-stamped, archived, because memory had grown unreliable. Workplaces tried to impose artificial cycles. Teams created start rituals. Briefings labeled as morning syncs, even though no one could agree on when morning was supposed to be. Language persisted out of habit. Meaning did not. Employees followed routines with an intensity that bordered on reverence. The routine itself became the goal. Completing tasks wasn't about accomplishment anymore. It was about marking time. Checklists replaced satisfaction. But the human brain is not fooled indefinitely. Without a genuine sense of beginning, motivation shifts from intrinsic to compulsive. People didn't work because they felt driven. They worked because stopping felt dangerous. When there is no natural pause, stopping feels like falling behind, even if there is nowhere to fall to. Burnout didn't arrive explosively, it seeped. People reported feeling exhausted without being able to explain why. They hadn't worked longer hours than before. They hadn't faced dramatic crises, yet they felt drained in a way rest didn't fix. Because rest requires contrast. Rest means stepping out of something. Without mourning, there was nothing to step into or out of. Work began to feel endless, not because it was demanding, but because it was unbounded. Creativity suffered first. Creative work relies heavily on rhythm, on stepping away and returning with fresh perception. Without that return, ideas stagnated, innovation slowed, solutions became incremental rather than inspired. People stuck to what they already knew worked. Risk felt unnecessary. In a world without mourning, novelty felt threatening. Economic patterns shifted subtly. Long-term planning weakened. Investments favored stability over growth. Businesses prioritized maintenance over expansion. Why build toward a future that didn't feel like it was approaching? Consumption changed too. People bought things not to celebrate milestones, but to regulate mood. Comfort purchases increased. Objects that promised coziness, distraction, or routine sold well. Clocks, lamps, devices that glowed. Light had become currency. Cities responded by intensifying illumination. Streets grew brighter, offices never dimmed. Public spaces remained perpetually lit, not for safety, but to simulate activity. The idea was simple. If the environment never sleeps, perhaps people won't feel lost. But the opposite happened. The absence of darkness with purpose made brightness feel oppressive. Light without contrast lost its meaning. People wore eye masks indoors, curtains thickened. Blackout shades became popular, not to create night, but to create boundaries. People wanted control over something, anything. Social roles hardened alongside routines. Parents enforced stricter schedules. Bedtimes were fixed, even if sleep didn't come. Meals were eaten at designated hours, even without hunger. Children were told gently but firmly that this was how things worked now. Consistency replaced explanation. Teachers graded more rigidly. Rules became clearer but less forgiving. Systems tightened not out of cruelty but out of fear of collapse. Flexibility requires confidence in recovery. Recovery requires beginnings. Without beginnings, flexibility felt risky. The workplace hierarchy sharpened. Clear chains of command reduced ambiguity. Ambiguity had become intolerable. People wanted someone to tell them when things started and ended. Leadership gained power, not because leaders had answers, but because they offered structure. Order can be comforting, even when it's arbitrary, especially when it's arbitrary. But there was a cost. As life became more procedural, people began to feel like components rather than participants. Days blurred into functions, identity narrowed. Who are you when you are always working and never starting? Who are you when effort has no arc? Some rebelled. They rejected schedules altogether. They lived by impulse, slept when exhausted, ate when hungry, worked when inspired. At first, this seemed healthier. Then, isolation set in. Without shared rhythms, synchronization failed, relationships strained, coordination faltered. Society requires common time to function. Freedom without alignment became loneliness. Others leaned harder into control. They tracked every hour, measured every output, optimized relentlessly. This created the illusion of progress, but progress without renewal is fragile. The human psyche began to split along this fault line. Those who surrendered to flow and those who enforced structure. Neither group felt satisfied. One felt unmoored. The other felt trapped. Work, which had once been a means to shape the future, became a method of coping with the present, meaning drained quietly. People stopped asking what they wanted to do with their lives. They asked what they could endure. Endurance became a virtue. In performance reviews, resilience was praised more than creativity, reliability more than curiosity, consistency more than imagination. The traits most useful in an endless present rose to the top, but something vital was being starved: the sense of narrative. Human lives are stories not because they are dramatic, but because they are segmented. Chapters begin and end. Morning opens a chapter, night closes it. Remove the opening, and the story becomes an endless middle. Endless middles are difficult to care about. People still laughed, still loved, still argued, still dreamed, but all of it happened in the same emotional lighting, flat, dim, continuous. There was no spotlight moment, no reset button, no feeling of stepping into something new. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, motivation decayed. Not motivation to survive, motivation to aspire. Why strive when there is no sense of arrival? Why rush when there is no morning to meet you on the other side? Some people stopped working not because they were lazy, but because work had lost its symbolic value. It no longer pointed toward a better later. It only filled the now. This alarmed institutions. Idle time felt dangerous. Governments and organizations responded by introducing programs designed to restore momentum. Campaigns encouraged productivity. Messaging emphasized purpose, contribution, duty. All well-intentioned, all strained. Because purpose imposed from outside rarely compensates for purpose generated internally. And internal purpose relies heavily on the belief that change is possible. Change begins somewhere, often in the morning. As work continued to sprawl across lives, something else began to suffer quietly: memory. Without mornings to separate experiences, workdays blended, projects overlapped, achievements lost distinction. People struggled to remember what they had completed and when. This eroded confidence. Am I progressing or just repeating myself? Without clear temporal markers, even success felt ambiguous, and ambiguity is exhausting. As the endless dimness persisted, cracks appeared not in infrastructure, but in morale. The world was functioning, but it wasn't renewing. And without renewal, systems, no matter how efficient, begin to hollow out. Somewhere beneath the routines, beneath the order, Beneath the artificial sense of control, a deeper hunger was growing. A hunger not for light, but for meaning. A need to feel that life was moving towards something rather than circling endlessly. And as that hunger intensified, people began to look not to schedules or systems for answers, but inward, to memory, to identity, to the stories they told themselves about who they were before the morning stopped. Because if the world would no longer provide beginnings, perhaps the only place left to find them was inside the mind itself. And that realization, quiet and unsettling, marked the point where time ceased to be the primary problem, and the question of self began to take its place. Cities did not fall asleep. They also did not wake up. They hovered in a permanent state of readiness, like a muscle held tense for too long, unsure whether it was about to move or be struck. Before the loss of morning, cities had always breathed. Not metaphorically, literally. Traffic surged and receded, lights bloomed and dimmed, noise rose, peaked, then softened. Even chaos had a rhythm. Now the rhythm was gone. Streetlights stayed on. Office towers glowed without interruption. Screens flickered endlessly behind windows, each one a private attempt to impose structure on a world that no longer offered it. At first, this constant illumination felt reassuring. Brightness implied activity. Activity implied life. Life implied continuity. But continuity without variation soon began to feel unnatural. People noticed it when they stood at intersections and couldn't tell whether they were early or late. When public transport ran on schedule, but no one felt synchronized to it. When the city sounded busy, but somehow empty at the same time. Noise without crescendo. Motion without direction. Urban planners tried to respond logically. If morning no longer existed, perhaps the city itself could become the clock. Zoning laws adjusted. Districts were assigned cycles, some meant to be active, others quiet, rotating through artificial phases meant to replace day and night. It worked on paper. On the ground, it felt theatrical. People moved through spaces that were pretending to be mornings. Cafes opened with bright lights and soft music at designated hours. Gyms advertised wake sessions. Parks were lit to simulate early day ambiance. But something was missing. Not the look of morning, the feeling of being invited into it. Morning had always been collective. Even alone, you woke knowing others were waking too. There was comfort in that shared transition. Now transitions were staggered, individual, uncoordinated. Cities lost their sense of togetherness. Public spaces emptied slowly, not abruptly, but gradually. People preferred controlled environments, homes, offices, vehicles, where lighting, temperature, and sound could be managed. The city felt unpredictable, and unpredictability erodes trust. Foot traffic patterns changed, rush hours blurred. There were still peaks, but they felt arbitrary, disconnected from any shared sense of purpose. Commuters moved because they were scheduled to, not because the day demanded it. The streets felt like they were performing a routine for an audience that had stopped watching. Architecture began to feel oppressive. Buildings designed to catch morning light now trapped it artificially. Glass facades reflected brightness endlessly, creating the illusion of day while offering none of its psychological benefits. People avoided windows. Looking outside no longer answered the question, "What time is it?" It only reminded them that time had become abstract. Public safety shifted in unexpected ways. Crime did not surge dramatically. In fact, in some places, it declined. constant illumination removed certain opportunities. Continuous activity reduced moments of isolation, but fear increased. People felt watched not by others but by the environment itself. A city that never rested felt alert in a way that was unsettling rather than protective. Normally, darkness offers privacy. Light offers visibility. In a world without morning, light became constant surveillance. People longed for shadows, not to hide, but to rest their perception. The human sensory system is not built for perpetual input. Without cycles of stimulation and relief, perception dulls, colors flatten, sounds blur. The city became a backdrop rather than an experience. Tourists stopped coming, not because there was nothing to see, but because there was nothing to arrive into. Travel lost its symbolic arc. There was no jet lag to recover from, no first morning in a new place to orient the self. Everything felt like a continuation of wherever you had just been. Local cultures weakened, festivals struggled, celebrations traditionally anchored to mornings or days lost emotional power. Fireworks without a preceding day felt premature. Parades without a dawn gathering felt hollow. People attended out of obligation, then drifted away. Cities thrive on anticipation. Without morning, anticipation withered. Nightlife changed too. Bars stayed open longer, but drinking felt less like release and more like maintenance. Without the promise of morning, excess felt heavier. There was no clean after. People drank less recklessly, but also less joyfully. Music slowed. Art spaces adjusted their hours endlessly, but visitors lingered less. Exhibits were seen, but not absorbed. Without a fresh mental state to enter them, art struggled to make an impression. The city became functional, efficient, emotionally neutral, and emotional neutrality, stretched long enough, becomes exhaustion. Urban loneliness intensified, not because people were alone, but because shared moments disappeared. Chance encounters declined. Without synchronized schedules, people missed each other more often. You arrived just as someone else left. You waited in places meant for gathering, but no one gathered at the same time. The city felt like overlapping solitudes. Some communities tried to reclaim morning symbolically. Neighborhoods agreed on shared beginnings. Lights dimmed and brightened together. Music played at certain hours to mark transitions. For a while, this helped. Then disagreements arose. Whose morning? Which hour? Based on what authority? Without a natural reference, every imposed rhythm became political. Time turned into a negotiation. Cities are held together by invisible agreements. One of the strongest had always been this: we start together. That agreement was gone. Urban psychology shifted accordingly. People developed tunnel vision. They focused on their immediate routes, their habitual paths. Exploration declined. Wandering felt pointless without a sense of discovery waiting on the other side. Maps were still accurate, but curiosity had faded. The city no longer felt like a living organism. It felt like a machine left running. And machines do not care whether you are there. Children growing up in cities without morning experienced space differently. They did not associate parks with early light or playgrounds with beginnings. They treated environments as static. Play became more repetitive, less imaginative. Without the daily transformation of light, space stopped feeling alive. Even weather felt wrong. Rain fell, winds shifted, temperatures changed. But without morning, these changes lacked narrative. Storms came and went without buildup or aftermath. They felt like interruptions rather than events. The city absorbed them and returned to its neutral glow. People began to speak of nostalgia, but struggled to articulate what they missed. It wasn't the sun itself, it was the moment the city used to inhale together. The quiet before the day claimed everyone. Without that, the city felt constantly claimed. There was no permission to ease into existence. Sociologists noted a subtle but important shift in language. People stopped saying, "I'll see you tomorrow," and started saying, "I'll see you next time." The specificity vanished. Relationships became looser. Promises softened. Without shared mornings, trust became more personal and less collective. You trusted individuals. You no longer trusted the day. Infrastructure aged faster, not physically, but perceptually. Familiar landmarks lost emotional resonance. The bridge you crossed every cycle didn't mark progress. It was just something you crossed again. People began craving environments that offered artificial beginnings. Theme parks, retreats, enclosed resorts, places where time was deliberately structured, became popular. They provided scheduled awakenings, curated transitions, a manufactured sense of arrival. People paid to feel like something was starting. This should have been a warning. Instead, it was normalized. Cities tried to adapt by branding experiences as starts and resets. New product launches, seasonal campaigns, anything to suggest movement. But marketing cannot replace biology. The nervous system remained unconvinced. As urban life settled into this endless hum, something profound began to emerge in the background. People started to feel less attached to place. If no day truly began here, why stay here? Migration increased, not out of hope, but restlessness. People moved searching for a feeling they couldn't name, often finding it nowhere. The problem wasn't geography, it was orientation. Cities had lost their compass, and as the built environment continued functioning without renewal, humans living inside it began to realize something unsettling. Morning hadn't just organized time, it had organized belonging. It told you where you were in the shared story of everyone else around you. Without it, the city became a collection of parallel lives moving beside each other, rarely intersecting, never fully aligning. And in that misalignment, a deeper isolation took root, one that had nothing to do with population density or social opportunity. It came from the feeling that you were living inside a place that no longer acknowledged your arrival. As this sense of disconnection deepened, people began turning away from the external world of streets and structures and towards something far more fragile, their memories. Because if the city could no longer tell them where they were in time, perhaps the past still could. And that belief, quiet, tentative, and increasingly strained, would soon be tested in ways no one expected. Memory had always needed an anchor, not in the poetic sense, in a structural one. Human memory is not a continuous recording, it is a filing system. Experiences are sorted, labeled, and stored according to when they happened, how they felt, and, most importantly, what came after them. Morning had always been one of the strongest labels the brain possessed. Before this morning, after that morning, the day everything changed, the morning I realized. Without morning, memory lost one of its most reliable coordinates. At first, people didn't notice the shift as forgetting. They noticed it as confusion. They remembered things clearly, but couldn't place them. Conversations floated without timestamps. Emotions surfaced without context. People knew something had happened, but not where it belonged in the sequence of their lives. Did that argument happen recently or much earlier? Did that decision come before or after everything stopped feeling normal? Did I already apologize for this? Or am I remembering the intention to do it? The brain relies on temporal markers to compress and retrieve information. Remove those markers, and memory becomes heavier, harder to manage, less efficient. People described feeling mentally cluttered, not overwhelmed with information, but burdened by it. Nothing faded properly. Normally, sleep, especially sleep followed by morning, helps the brain consolidate memory. Important experiences are strengthened. Unimportant ones are softened, blurred, or discarded. Without morning, consolidation faltered. Memories stayed raw longer. Regrets lingered. Embarrassments replayed. Old conversations resurfaced without warning. The past felt closer, louder, more intrusive. There was no clear signal telling the brain, this is finished now. Trauma specialists noticed a troubling trend. People with prior unresolved trauma experienced flare-ups. Symptoms they had learned to manage returned unexpectedly. It wasn't because the trauma had worsened. It was because the brain had lost its primary mechanism for compartmentalization. Mourning had always helped seal memory into the past. Without it, the past leaked. Even positive memories changed. Nostalgia intensified, but without comfort. People remembered mornings vividly, breakfast light, early shadows, the feeling of starting. But these memories didn't soothe, they ached. They reminded people not just of what was gone, but of what could no longer be recreated. Memory became comparative rather than narrative. Life felt like a before and an after, but the after never progressed. Children ask their parents to tell stories about mornings, not fairy tales, not adventures, just descriptions. What did it feel like when the sun came up? What color was the sky? Did it happen fast or slowly? Parents answered carefully, sometimes embellishing without meaning to. They wanted to give their children something stable to hold on to, but children sensed the strain. They noticed that these stories made adults quiet. Memory, which had once connected generations, now exposed a gap. The people who remembered mornings and the people who never would. This divided memory into two types: those anchored in experience and those formed entirely from description. Sociologists observed a subtle shift in how people talked about their lives. Narratives shortened. People stopped telling long stories with clear beginnings. They summarized instead. It was easier. Detailed storytelling requires temporal confidence. Without mourning, people hesitated to revisit the past too closely. It felt too present. Journaling increased briefly, then declined. Writing down memories felt grounding at first. Then it became unsettling. Seeing entries without a clear next day made life feel stagnant, page after page, with no visible progression. Some stopped writing altogether. Others wrote obsessively, trying to impose order on experience through language. Neither approach fully worked. The brain was missing something fundamental. Memory is not just recall. It is identity. Who you are depends heavily on what you remember and how you remember it. Mourning had always helped define transitions between versions of the self. Who you were yesterday, who you are today. Without that transition, identity blurred. People reported feeling strangely unchanged, not stagnant in the sense of boredom, but frozen, as if their internal sense of growth had paused. They could list events that had occurred since the mourning disappeared, but those events didn't feel transformative. Nothing felt like a turning point. Turning points require beginnings. Even grief changed shape. Normally, loss unfolds in stages: shock, pain, adjustment, integration. The passage of days helps regulate this process. Without mourning, grief lingered in an early phase longer than expected. People didn't move through it, they circled it. This was not because they were unwilling to heal, it was because healing is directional. It moves forward. Without a sense of forward motion, grief had nowhere to go. People became more cautious about creating new memories. They avoided emotionally intense experiences. Highs and lows both felt risky. Strong emotions left stronger imprints, and strong imprints were harder to place in time. Better to stay neutral. This self-protection dulled life further. Memory also became less shared. Without common mournings, people stopped saying things like, "Remember that day?" The phrase lost meaning. Which day? Shared experiences fragmented into individual recollections. This weakened social bonds. Communities are built not just on interaction, but on shared memory. Collective recall reinforces belonging. Without mourning, collective memory thinned. Historical events still occurred, but they lacked emotional punctuation. Anniversaries felt arbitrary. Commemorations felt detached. How do you remember a moment when time itself feels unreliable? Some cultures attempted to redefine memory rituals. They marked events by sequences rather than days. Before the third cycle, after the long dim stretch. During the period of artificial dawns, language adapted, but adaptation doesn't equal satisfaction. Memory wants clarity, it wants borders. The most unsettling change came when people began doubting their own recollections, not in the dramatic sense of false memories, in the quieter sense of mistrust. Did this really happen when I think it did? Am I remembering accurately or just frequently? Without mourning to help rank memories, frequency began to replace importance. Thoughts replayed often felt more significant, even if they weren't. This skewed self-perception. People fixated on certain moments disproportionately. Minor regrets ballooned. Small failures felt central. Meanwhile, genuinely meaningful experiences sometimes faded because they weren't revisited as often. Memory lost its editorial process. Sleep, once a curator, became a warehouse. Over time, this mental clutter contributed to a new kind of fatigue, not physical, cognitive. People felt tired of remembering. They avoided introspection, avoided reflection, avoided anything that required sorting through their past. Presence became a refuge. Stay in the now. Don't look back. Don't project forward. This philosophy gained popularity. It sounded wise. It sounded calming. But it came from exhaustion, not enlightenment. Being present is healthy when it is a choice. When it is the only option, it becomes a constraint. The future remained hazy. The past grew heavy. The present thickened. Life felt dense. Some began deliberately forgetting. They discarded photos, deleted messages, removed reminders of events that felt unresolved. They called it decluttering. It was emotional triage. Others clung to memory more fiercely. They archived everything, labeled meticulously, created timelines, charts, records. They were trying to rebuild time manually. Neither forgetting nor archiving restored what was missing. Because what memory truly relied on was not data. It relied on rhythm. Mourning had always been the rhythm that helped the brain decide what mattered, what faded, and what became part of the self. Without it, memory became democratic. Everything stayed, everything mattered, and when everything matters, nothing stands out. As this cognitive flattening continued, people began noticing something else. They were no longer imagining themselves in the future, not vividly. When asked where they saw themselves later, answers were vague, still here, about the same, continuing. Without mourning, imagination lost momentum. The future felt like a stretched version of the present rather than a destination. Memory and imagination are linked. Both require temporal confidence. Lose one, and the other weakens. And as people drifted deeper into this endless present, relying less on memory and less on projection, something profoundly human began to erode. The sense of personal story. Life stopped feeling like a narrative and started feeling like a condition. And while humans can endure conditions for a long time, they rarely thrive inside them. As memory strained under the weight of unresolved time, attention began turning elsewhere. Not backward, not forward, but inward. If the world would no longer provide structure, and memory could no longer organize experience, perhaps meaning itself would need to be renegotiated at a deeper level. Not through time, but through belief. And that shift, subtle at first, would soon reshape how humans understood hope, purpose, and the reason to continue at all. Children were the first to reveal what adults were still trying to rationalize, not because children understood what had happened to the sky, but because they felt what had happened to time. Adults could explain. They could theorize. They could distract themselves with work, structure, language. Children had fewer defenses. Their bodies and minds were still forming around expectations that the world had quietly withdrawn. For a child, mourning is not a concept. It is a feeling. It is the soft certainty that something begins when you open your eyes, that the world is ready for you, that there is a sequence: wake, eat, play, learn, return. When that sequence broke, children noticed immediately. They stopped asking why the sun wasn't rising. That question faded quickly, as unanswered questions often do. Instead, they asked something more personal. When do I start? Parents heard it in different forms. Is it time to get up yet? Did today already happen? Can we do it again? At first, these questions sounded like confusion. Then they began to sound like disorientation. Children began to drift in their sense of self. Their days no longer felt like units. They felt like stretches, long, indistinct stretches without clear landmarks. Play changed. Play normally mirrors the structure of time. There is a beginning, a build-up, an ending. Games are rehearsals for living inside sequences. Without mourning, play lost its arc. Children repeated the same games over and over, not out of obsession, but out of necessity. Repetition created a sense of control. If the world wouldn't move forward, they would loop it themselves. Imagination narrowed, not disappeared, just tightened. Stories children told each other stopped having clear endings. Characters wandered. Events happened without resolution. Adventures dissolved into scenes rather than journeys. Adults noticed this and worried quietly. They tried to compensate. They introduced schedules with greater intensity, color-coded charts, fixed routines, reward systems, clear expectations, all designed to give children something the world no longer offered: beginnings, endings. But children are exquisitely sensitive to authenticity. They followed routines, but they did not internalize them. A routine that is enforced does not feel the same as a rhythm that is trusted. Sleep became unpredictable. Some children resisted sleep entirely. Others slept excessively. Neither group felt rested. Parents described bedtime as emotionally charged, even when children appeared calm. There was resistance without tantrums, compliance without peace, because sleep without the promise of morning feels like surrender without reward. Children did not articulate this, they felt it. Dreams became intense. Many children dreamed of light, not metaphorical light, literal light, yellow, warm, moving. They woke confused, sometimes distressed, sometimes strangely hopeful. The disappointment came later. Children who had never experienced morning did not dream of it. That difference mattered. A divide formed that no one had planned for. Those who remembered mornings as real, and those who learned about them as stories. The second group listened intently when adults spoke about dawns, about early skies, about the feeling of stepping into a day that had not yet been shaped. These descriptions became mythological, not in a fantastical sense, in a foundational one. Children asked for the same stories repeatedly, not because they were entertaining, because they were stabilizing. Stories about morning carried an implied message. The world once had structure. That message was comforting, even if it described something lost. But there was also grief in it. Children began to ask questions adults couldn't prepare for. Why did it stop? Did we do something wrong? Will it come back if we're good? These questions were not philosophical. They were relational. Children relate to the world as something responsive, something that reacts to behavior. When the world stops responding, they look for reasons within themselves. Parents reassured them, of course it wasn't your fault. Of course it will come back someday. But the certainty in those answers weakened over time. Children heard the hesitation, and hesitation teaches lessons words never intend to. As children grew in this world without morning, their understanding of time reshaped itself. They did not think in days, they thought in states, before sleep, after eating, when it feels long, when it feels quiet. Temporal language became emotional rather than chronological. This affected learning. Children still learned facts, skills, concepts, but learning lost momentum. Progress felt harder to sense without daily beginnings. Mastery requires noticing improvement across sessions. Without clear session boundaries, improvement felt invisible. This discouraged effort. Why practice if it never feels like a new attempt? Teachers adapted as best they could. They broke learning into micro segments, frequent check-ins, short goals, helpful but incomplete. Because learning is not just accumulation, it is renewal. Children need to feel that each attempt stands on its own. Without morning, attempts blurred. Mistakes lingered longer in children's minds. A wrong answer didn't feel like something from yesterday. It felt current. This made children cautious. Risk-taking declined. Curiosity softened. These were not dramatic changes. They were gradual, and gradual changes are the hardest to notice until they are deeply rooted. Social development shifted too. Children synchronized with peers less easily. Without shared temporal anchors, friendships drifted. Playdates became harder to coordinate emotionally, even when they were scheduled physically. Children arrived together, but did not always feel together. There was a subtle loneliness in this generation, not the loneliness of abandonment, the loneliness of misalignment. Some children adapted by becoming hyper-present. They lived intensely in the moment. They responded quickly. They attached deeply to immediate experiences. Others withdrew. They conserved energy. They observed rather than participated. Both strategies made sense. Neither replaced what was missing. Adolescence, when it arrived, was different. Normally, adolescence is marked by anticipation, by looking forward, by imagining futures. In this world, adolescence arrived without horizon. Teenagers asked fewer future-oriented questions. What do you want to be? Where do you see yourself? These questions felt irrelevant. Teenagers focused instead on identity in the now. Who am I right now? What do I feel? What do I stand for? This produced intensity without direction, passion without trajectory. Adults mistook this for apathy. It was not apathy. It was disorientation. The concept of growing up shifted. Growth felt internal rather than sequential. There was no sense of stepping into adulthood through time. Adulthood became a condition rather than a transition. Children watched adults closely for cues. They noticed that adults spoke less about the future. They noticed that adults measured life in endurance rather than aspiration. Children learn what matters by observing what adults worry about, and adults worried about stability. Children internalized that. Hope changed shape. For children born into this world, hope was not about tomorrow. It was about continuity, that things would remain manageable, that nothing worse would happen. This is a quieter form of hope, less fragile, but also less expansive. It does not inspire exploration. It encourages caution. Over time, a generation grew that had never known the emotional lift of a new day. They did not miss it in the way older generations did, but they were shaped by its absence. They were less impatient, less impulsive, also less driven by distant goals. Their lives unfolded sideways rather than forward. This concerned some researchers. They warned of long-term effects on innovation, on resilience, on the willingness to attempt what might fail. But warnings without reference points struggled to land. What does loss of potential mean in a world that no longer frames itself around beginnings? Children in this world did not feel broken. They felt normal. And that may have been the most unsettling realization of all. Humans can adapt to almost anything, including the loss of something they once believed was essential. But adaptation is not neutral. It shapes what comes next. As these children grew, they carried forward a different relationship with time, with hope, with effort. They did not wait for mornings. They waited for signals within themselves: hunger, fatigue, interest, emotion. This internalization of rhythm had benefits. It also carried risks. When the external world no longer provides structure, the internal world bears more weight, and not every internal world is stable. As the first generation raised entirely without mourning entered adulthood, society began to notice shifts not just in behavior, but in belief. Belief about what the world owed them, belief about what effort meant, belief about whether change was something that happened to you or something you created alone. And as belief shifted, attention began to turn toward the systems that had once offered meaning beyond the individual. Religion, ritual, shared symbols. Because when time no longer moves the way it used to, humans instinctively search for something that still promises renewal, even if that promise no longer comes from the sky. When the sky stopped offering renewal, people began looking elsewhere for it, not immediately. At first, belief lingered where it always had, inside old words, old gestures, old rituals repeated out of habit. People still prayed at familiar hours, still gathered in spaces built to face east, still spoke of light as if it were only delayed. But belief, like memory, depends on reinforcement, and reinforcement had disappeared. Most human belief systems were never only about morality, or meaning. They were also about time, about cycles, about death followed by rebirth, about endings that secretly contained beginnings. Mourning had always been the smallest, most reliable ritual of rebirth humans possessed. Without it, something subtle fractured inside spiritual language. Phrases that once carried weight began to feel symbolic rather than literal. Metaphors of dawn, awakening, illumination still spoken, but no longer felt. People noticed this first in their bodies. Prayers felt quieter, rituals felt procedural. Moments meant to inspire awe passed without resonance. It wasn't that people stopped believing, it was that belief stopped landing. Religious leaders struggled to respond. Some doubled down on tradition, insisting that the absence of mourning was a test. Others reinterpreted doctrine, shifting focus away from light and toward endurance, patience, acceptance. Both approaches comforted some, neither reached everyone, because belief systems, like nervous systems, rely on rhythm. Weekly gatherings, daily prayers, seasonal observances, all of them assume a background cadence provided by the world itself. Remove that cadence and rituals float. They become disconnected from lived experience. People began attending religious spaces less frequently, not out of rebellion, but out of fatigue. The rituals no longer helped them orient themselves in time. Without mourning, even sacred calendars lost coherence. Holy days arrived without arrival. Fasts and feasts blurred together emotionally. Celebration without contrast feels hollow. Some communities tried to adapt by creating new temporal anchors. Artificial cycles of devotion, man-made calendars, new holy hours defined by agreement rather than observation. This worked for a while, but agreement requires constant reinforcement. Nature had once done that work effortlessly. Now humans had to maintain it themselves, and maintenance is tiring. Belief quietly migrated inward. People began constructing personal philosophies rather than subscribing to shared ones. Individual meaning systems replaced collective narratives. This felt empowering at first: freedom from doctrine, freedom from expectation, freedom from inherited answers. But it also came with isolation. Shared belief creates shared reality. Without it, everyone lives inside a slightly different world. This fragmented society further. Conversations about meaning became careful, tentative. People hesitated to speak too strongly about what they believed, aware that belief no longer rested on common ground. Certainty became unfashionable. Ambiguity became safer. Some turned to science for reassurance. Data, measurements, predictions, something solid. But science too relies on cycles, on repeatability, on expectation. Without mourning, even scientific language shifted. Models adjusted, assumptions weakened. Long-term projections felt less trustworthy. The universe seemed less cooperative. Others turned to spirituality, stripped of structure. Meditation, breath, presence, concepts that did not require time to move forward. These practices offered relief, but they also reinforced the endless present. Presence without horizon can calm the mind. It does not always satisfy the soul. People began craving meaning that did not depend on tomorrow, meaning that could exist entirely within now. Acts of kindness increased, small, immediate gestures, helping neighbors, sharing resources, brief connections. These acts mattered, but they were momentary. They did not answer the larger question forming beneath them. Why continue? Not in the suicidal sense, in the existential one, in a world without renewal, without beginnings, without visible progression. What is life moving toward? Religion had once answered that, with stories of cycles larger than the day, eternal returns, afterlives, cosmic rhythms beyond human perception. But those stories had always been reinforced by the daily proof of renewal. Now that proof was gone. Faith became abstract. And abstraction is harder to live inside. Some people embraced a darker interpretation. They argued that the loss of morning revealed a truth humans had always avoided, that the universe does not care about beginnings. That meaning was always a human projection. This perspective gained traction. It was intellectually honest. It was also emotionally heavy. If meaning is entirely self-generated, then responsibility becomes absolute. There is no larger rhythm to lean into, no cosmic reassurance, just choice. Choice without context, choice without time. Others rejected this view fiercely. They insisted that meaning must exist beyond human invention, even if its signs had vanished. They searched for it in patterns, coincidences, internal experiences, anything that felt like a signal. This led to an increase in mystical thinking, personal revelations, signs interpreted from subtle changes, emotional shifts, dreams, sensations. In the absence of external markers, the internal world took on greater significance. This had consequences. People trusted intuition more, sometimes wisely, sometimes dangerously. Belief systems fractured further, becoming highly individualized. Society no longer shared a common sense of what was sacred. Sacredness itself changed. It was no longer tied to time. It became tied to intensity. Moments that felt deeply real were treated as meaningful, regardless of duration or consequence. This created a culture that valued experience over continuity, moments over journeys. The idea of life as a path faded. Life became a series of internal states. This made loss harder. Without a belief in progression, loss felt terminal, not something that could be integrated over time. Grief lingered longer, not because people clung to it, but because there was nowhere for it to go. Some communities tried to revive ancient rituals tied to celestial cycles beyond the sun, stars, moons, movements slower than days. This helped. Lunar observances regained importance. Long cycles offered a sense of scale beyond the immediate. But these cycles were distant. They did not touch daily life the way mourning once had. The gap remained. Children raised without mourning absorbed these belief shifts intuitively. They did not seek external meaning as eagerly as previous generations. They trusted internal alignment more than doctrine. This made them adaptable. It also made them solitary. Without shared rituals, belief lost its social glue. People believed, but togetherness weakened, and belief without community can feel hollow. As belief systems strained under the weight of endless time, a subtle realization began to emerge across cultures. Perhaps the loss of mourning had not taken away meaning. Perhaps it had exposed how much meaning humans had outsourced to time itself. Mourning had carried responsibility. It told people when to begin, when to try again, when to hope. Without it, humans were forced to confront a difficult possibility. That meaning might require conscious creation, not passive reception. That hope might be an act, not a response. This realization was unsettling. It demanded effort. It demanded intention. And intention is exhausting when practiced without relief. As belief slowly shifted from something received to something constructed, people began feeling a new kind of pressure, not fear, expectation. If nothing resets the world for you, if nothing guarantees renewal, then perhaps renewal becomes your responsibility. And that idea, quiet, heavy, and deeply destabilizing, set the stage for the next transformation. Because when belief changes, behavior soon follows. And when behavior changes without a shared sense of time, the meaning of connection itself begins to transform, not in dramatic gestures, but in how humans love, attach, and hold on to one another in a world where tomorrow no longer arrives. Love was never meant to exist without a tomorrow, not because love is weak, but because love grows by leaning forward. Before the morning stopped, love had a quiet structure most people never noticed. It unfolded across days. It softened overnight. It reset after sleep. Arguments cooled by morning light. Affection returned in small gestures that belonged to new beginnings. Without morning, love lost its breathing room. At first, couples didn't recognize what was changing. They were still together, still talking, still sharing space. Nothing had been taken away visibly, but something invisible was tightening. Disagreements lingered longer. Words spoken in frustration did not fade into yesterday. There was no symbolic moment when emotions were allowed to cool. Apologies felt heavier because they landed in the same emotional hour they were meant to repair. There was no clean slate. Partners began to feel trapped inside their own interactions, not trapped by each other, but by continuity. Love requires repetition, but it also requires renewal. It needs the sense that each encounter is not merely a continuation of the last one. Without mourning, every interaction felt cumulative. Every mistake stacked. Every tenderness carried the weight of everything before it. People started to notice that affection felt more intense, but also more fragile. There was urgency now. If there is no tomorrow, then everything must be resolved now. Everything must be expressed now. Everything must be felt fully now. This intensity could be intoxicating. Some relationships burned brighter than ever. Partners spoke more honestly. They revealed things they might have waited to share. They clung to each other with a depth that surprised them. But intensity without pacing is difficult to sustain. Small misunderstandings escalated quickly. Emotional exhaustion set in. There was no pause, no overnight softening of edges. Love became loud. Others responded by pulling back. They minimized conflict by minimizing closeness. They spoke less, shared less. It felt safer to keep emotions contained when there was no sense of reset. Distance became a form of self-preservation, not because love had disappeared, because love felt too heavy to carry continuously. Romantic rituals lost their rhythm. Dates felt oddly timed. Anniversaries arrived without anticipation. Celebrations felt suspended in midair, disconnected from any broader cycle. Even intimacy changed. Physical closeness remained, but emotional closeness shifted. Without mornings to separate emotional states, partners struggled to locate when intimacy belonged. Desire no longer rose and fell predictably. Some felt closer than ever. Others felt strangely detached. Neither could explain why. Love thrives on contrast. Together and apart, near and far, before and after. Remove contrast and love becomes diffuse. Parents felt this too. The relationship between parent and child relies heavily on time. Bedtime closes the day. Morning opens a new chance. Discipline ends with sleep and restarts gently at dawn. Without morning, parenting became more exhausting. Children carried emotions longer. Tantrums resolved slowly. Lessons felt repetitive rather than progressive. Parents felt as if they were always in the middle of something, always managing, never arriving. Guilt lingered longer. A harsh word spoken to a child did not fade overnight. It stayed present, echoing. Parents compensated by becoming either more permissive or more rigid. Both were attempts to regain control. Love between friends changed too. Friendships had once been sustained by shared moments across days, catching up, checking in, reconnecting after time apart. Without mourning, time apart felt less defined. Distance blurred. Friends drifted without realizing it. Conversations lost their "how have you been" quality. Everyone was always still here. Friendships either intensified, constant contact, shared presence, or thinned quietly. People stopped trusting absence. If someone wasn't present now, when would they be? This made relationships feel fragile. People clung harder or let go sooner. There was less patience for slow reconnection. Love without tomorrow does not tolerate delay. Some couples tried to reintroduce artificial beginnings. Relationship check-ins scheduled at specific hours. Rituals meant to mark emotional resets. These helped briefly. But again, the nervous system resisted what felt imposed. You cannot command renewal. Love also depends on imagination. Imagining a future together. Imagining growth. Imagining change. Without mourning, the future became harder to picture. Couples stopped planning far ahead. Conversations about later softened, not canceled, just faded. Plans felt hypothetical rather than motivating. Why plan a trip when arrival feels meaningless? Why imagine change when days do not progress? Love became anchored in the present. This had beauty. It also had limits. Without future orientation, commitment changed meaning. Commitment became endurance rather than promise. We will stay together because we are still here, not because we are moving somewhere together. Some found this grounding, others found it terrifying. Breakups changed shape. Ending a relationship without mourning was disorienting. There was no day after, no waking up to a new reality. Separation felt incomplete. People remained emotionally entangled longer. Closure was elusive. You could leave a relationship physically, but emotionally you stayed suspended. Love had nowhere to conclude. This led to prolonged grief, lingering attachment, repetitive rumination. Some avoided relationships altogether. They chose solitude not out of bitterness, but out of conservation. Love required too much energy without relief. Yet loneliness carried its own weight. Humans are social organisms. Love is not optional, even when it hurts. People began redefining love quietly. Less romance, less narrative, more function. Love became about stability, presence, reliability. If someone stayed, that was love. If someone remained responsive, that was intimacy. Grand gestures lost value. Consistency gained it. This shift created calmer relationships, but also flatter ones. The highs were lower, the lows were longer. Love became something you lived inside rather than something that carried you forward. Children growing up in this environment absorbed these patterns instinctively. They learned that attachment was about availability, not trajectory. They valued emotional presence more than promises. This made them loyal. It also made them cautious. They did not expect change from relationships. They expected maintenance. As love adjusted to endless time, something profound shifted in human emotional architecture. Love had always relied on the belief that things could improve, that conflicts could resolve, that connection could deepen over time. Without mourning, improvement felt abstract. Deepening felt uncertain. People began loving each other not with hope, but with care. Care is steady. Care is durable. Care does not require tomorrow, but care alone is not enough to sustain meaning. Love, stripped of hope, becomes a holding pattern. And holding patterns exhaust the heart. As this quiet transformation unfolded across relationships, another question began to surface. If love no longer points toward a future, if belief no longer guarantees renewal, if time no longer offers beginnings, then what exactly keeps a human being moving forward? Not surviving, moving. That question lingered beneath every relationship, every attachment, every attempt at closeness, and it pointed not outward toward others, but inward, toward the place where motivation itself is formed, the human mind, and what happens to it when there is no longer a reason to start again. The human mind is built to begin, not constantly, not impulsively, but rhythmically. Every thought, every effort, every intention quietly assumes a starting point. A moment when energy gathers, a moment when attention sharpens, a moment when it feels reasonable to try. Mourning had always served that role without being asked. It told the mind, now. When mourning disappeared, the mind didn't collapse. It stalled. At first, people described it as lack of motivation, a word that sounds small, almost lazy. But what they were experiencing was far deeper than unwillingness. They wanted to act. They just couldn't feel the moment when action should begin. The mind relies on cues to mobilize effort. Without cues, effort feels premature or pointless. You hesitate, you wait, you scroll, you think about thinking. Decision-making slowed, not because choices were harder, but because initiation felt unnatural. People found themselves stuck in pre-decision states, considering options endlessly, evaluating possibilities without committing to any. Analysis replaced action. This was not overthinking in the traditional sense, it was hesitation without fear, a quiet inability to cross the invisible threshold between intention and movement. Mourning had once lowered that threshold. It had said, begin anyway. Without it, the mind demanded stronger justification. Why start now? Why this moment? Why not later? But later had lost its shape, so nothing felt urgent enough. Psychologists noticed an increase in what they called motivational flattening, not apathy, not depression, a smoothing of drive. People still cared, they still had values, they still wanted meaning. They just struggled to translate desire into motion. Tasks accumulated. Not because people avoided them, but because starting them felt heavier than continuing something already in progress. Once engaged, people could work for long stretches. Hyperfocus increased in some. They stayed locked into tasks longer than before. Ending was easier than starting. This reversed the old pattern. Before, beginnings were hard and endings were relieving. Now, beginnings were elusive and endings felt abrupt. People avoided stopping because they didn't trust themselves to start again. This led to long, unbroken periods of activity, followed by sudden exhaustion. The mind was operating without punctuation. Creativity changed shape. Creative ideas still emerged, but they lacked momentum. Inspiration arrived without follow-through. Projects began mentally, but never crossed into reality. Artists spoke of feeling full but unable to pour. Writers described pages imagined but unwritten. Musicians heard compositions internally, but struggled to begin playing. The barrier was not skill, it was initiation. The mind, deprived of natural beginnings, began conserving energy. Dopamine systems adjusted. Dopamine is often misunderstood as pleasure. It is not. It is anticipation. It is the chemical whisper that says, "This is worth starting." Dopamine release depends heavily on prediction, on expectation, on the belief that effort will lead somewhere. Without mourning, predictions weakened. Effort still led to outcomes, but outcomes no longer felt temporally distinct. Reward blurred. The mind responded by lowering anticipatory drive. Why rush toward a future that doesn't feel like it's approaching? This made life feel slower, even when it wasn't. People reported that days felt both long and empty. Long because there was no structure. Empty because there was no build-up. Normally, anticipation fills time. Without it, time stretches thin. Attention drifted. People struggled to maintain focus on tasks that required incremental progress. Long-term goals lost appeal. Short-term distractions gained it. Not because people became shallow, because distraction offered immediate engagement without requiring initiation. You don't need to begin scrolling. You're already there. This is how endless feeds thrived. They did not require a starting signal. They absorbed attention effortlessly. The mind gravitated toward anything that did not ask it to begin. This altered habits. People watched more content but read less. Reading requires commitment. Watching flows. People listened more but spoke less. Speaking requires initiation. Silence grew comfortable. Comfortable does not mean healthy. The internal dialogue softened. People thought less about their lives as narratives. They experienced thoughts as states, fleeting, unanchored. Reflection declined. Reflection requires distance. Without mourning, distance was hard to feel. People became more reactive, responding to stimuli rather than generating intention. This was subtle, not dramatic, but it reshaped agency. Agency is the feeling that you are the source of your actions. Without clear beginnings, agency weakened. People did things, but they didn't always feel like they were choosing to do them. They felt carried by momentum, by routine, by obligation. This led to a strange emotional mix: less guilt, less pride, less ownership. If you never feel like you begin, it's harder to feel responsible. This had social consequences. People apologized less, not out of rudeness, but because responsibility felt diffuse. I didn't start this, it just happened. I'm still in it. Excuses were not defensive, they were descriptive. The mind had lost its sense of initiation. Mental health shifted accordingly. Traditional anxiety disorders declined in some areas. Panic attacks decreased. But a new pattern emerged. Existential fatigue, not despair, not sadness. A weariness rooted in constant continuation. People were tired of being in the middle. They longed not for happiness, but for a beginning. Not a major one, a small one. The feeling of starting fresh. Some tried to create artificial beginnings internally. Morning routines performed at arbitrary hours. Affirmations, mental resets. These helped temporarily, but without external reinforcement, they required constant effort. Self-generated beginnings are fragile. They rely on willpower. Willpower is finite. As this mental strain accumulated, people began reporting something unexpected. They felt less afraid of failure, not because they were confident, but because failure requires an attempt, and attempts were rare. Fear had less material to attach to. This reduced performance anxiety. It also reduced ambition. The mind shifted from outcome-oriented to maintenance-oriented. Keep things stable. Avoid disruption. Continue. This mindset is adaptive in crises. It becomes limiting when sustained. Children raised in this environment absorb this mental posture naturally. They learn to wait for interest rather than initiate action. They followed impulses but struggled with projects requiring deliberate beginnings. Educators noticed this. Students were engaged during activities but hesitant to start assignments. They responded well to prompts but struggled with open-ended tasks. Prompted minds thrived. Self-starting minds weakened. This was not a flaw. It was a response to an environment without beginnings. The mind is plastic. It adapts. But adaptation always trades one strength for another. As agency softened across populations, leadership dynamics shifted again. People sought guidance more readily, not because they wanted control taken away, but because they wanted someone else to say, "Start now." External cues became valuable. Influencers rose not because of insight, but because of timing. They told people when to act, when to focus, when to care. The mind welcomed direction. Direction replaced motivation. This worked until it didn't, because direction without internal agency creates dependence, and dependence carries its own exhaustion. People felt lost when guidance stopped. They waited. Waiting became the default. The mind, stripped of its natural initiator, leaned toward passivity, not laziness, suspension. And suspension, prolonged, begins to feel like absence. People described feeling less present in their own lives, as if they were watching themselves continue rather than choosing to move. This dissociation was mild but widespread, enough to reshape culture, enough to change how humans understood themselves. The idea of free will softened, not philosophically, experientially. People felt less like authors and more like editors, adjusting what was already unfolding rather than writing something new. This was the quiet cost of losing morning, not darkness, not fear, but the erosion of the moment when the mind says, "Now I begin." As this erosion continued, people began searching for something, anything, that could restore that internal spark, something that did not depend on time, something that could create beginnings inside an endless present. They would find it, briefly, in places that offered intensity, risk, art, altered states, experiences that forced the mind into a before and after. Because if the world would no longer give them beginnings, they would seek situations that demanded one, even if those situations came with consequences. And that search for intensity, strong enough to cut through endless time, would quietly shape the next phase of human behavior, in ways both creative and dangerous. When beginnings disappeared, people started searching for intensity, not happiness, not pleasure, intensity. Because intensity creates contrast, and contrast creates edges. Before the morning stopped, intensity had been optional. It was something people sought for excitement, for meaning, for escape. Now it became something else entirely, a tool. A way to feel that something had started. People gravitated toward experiences that forced a before and after, even if the boundary was painful. Loud concerts, extreme sports, emotional confrontations, anything that broke the flatness of endless continuation. The body remembered what an edge felt like, and it wanted one. Art changed first, not subtly, dramatically. Music grew slower and heavier or sharper and more abrupt. Long ambient pieces stretched for hours, dissolving time rather than structuring it. At the same time, bursts of aggressive sound emerged, short, intense tracks that hit hard and ended abruptly. Artists were not trying to entertain. They were trying to puncture the present. Visual art followed. Paintings lost horizons. Light sources disappeared. Shadows thickened. Colors flattened or clashed violently. Installations focused on immersion rather than observation. People didn't want to look at art, they wanted to be inside it, to feel something change around them. Galleries became places of temporary disorientation. Visitors entered one emotional state and exited another. Even if they couldn't describe what they felt, they knew something had shifted. That was enough. Performance art surged, not because it was understood, but because it happened once. You had to be there. You could miss it. Missing something felt meaningful again. Scarcity returned, not of resources, but of moments. The value of an experience became tied to its irreversibility. If it only happens once, it creates a boundary. People paid for boundaries. Retreats offered carefully designed experiences with enforced starts and ends, silence for a set duration, darkness followed by light, confinement followed by release. These experiences were marketed as healing. They were also addictive because they gave people what the world no longer did, a sense of arrival and departure. People emerged from these retreats changed, not always improved, but altered. Alteration felt like progress. Even suffering gained value. Pain, when framed correctly, creates a clear before and after. This led to a rise in practices that pushed physical or emotional limits. Cold exposure, fasting, endurance challenges. People did not seek discomfort for its own sake. They sought punctuation. Pain said something happened. In relationships, intensity took new forms. Emotional honesty became blunt, sometimes brutal. People said things they would once have softened, not out of cruelty, but out of desperation for clarity. If there is no tomorrow, say it now. This made some relationships more authentic. It made others volatile. Conflict escalated quickly, but conflict also resolved more decisively. Without the option of letting things cool overnight, people either confronted issues fully or withdrew entirely. Gray areas shrank. Art mirrored this. Stories shortened. Films abandoned traditional arcs. Endings were ambiguous or abrupt. Viewers left unsettled but awake. Awake mattered more than satisfied. In literature, stream of consciousness dominated. Narratives without chapters, sentences without periods, language that refused to settle. Reading became less about understanding and more about endurance. Could you stay with it? That question replaced, did you enjoy it? Enjoyment felt shallow. Intensity felt real. Drugs surged in popularity, not new ones, but old ones used differently. Substances that altered perception, slowed time, or fractured it. People did not want to escape reality. They wanted to reframe it. Psychedelics, stimulants, depressants, each offered a different way to experience a beginning inside the mind. A trip had a start, a peak, an end. Even a bad trip ended. This structure mattered. Authorities struggled to respond. Regulation felt outdated in a world where psychological structure was scarce. People argued that altered states were a form of mental hygiene, not indulgence, maintenance. This argument gained traction. Risk-taking increased, not recklessly, intentionally. People sought controlled danger, activities that required full attention, activities where mistakes mattered. Rock climbing, free diving, street racing, anything that demanded presence. Presence returned under pressure. When your life depends on the next moment, you are no longer trapped in endless continuation. You are here, now. That felt like relief. But relief built on danger carries a cost. Injuries rose, accidents happened. Not all was severe, but frequent enough to notice. People accepted this. Better a sharp risk than a dull existence. This sentiment was rarely spoken aloud. It lived in behavior. Children raised in this environment absorbed these values early. They sought stimulation. They preferred activities with immediate feedback. Games that looped endlessly lost appeal. They gravitated toward challenges with clear outcomes. Win or lose, finish or fail. Education struggled to adapt. Traditional learning lacked intensity. Lessons stretched without clear resolution. Students disengaged. But when learning was framed as challenge, timed tasks, competitions, high stakes, engagement spiked. This concerned educators. Intensity motivates, but it also narrows. Complex thinking requires patience. Patience was in short supply. As society leaned into intensity, emotional regulation shifted. People experienced stronger emotions more often. High highs, low lows, but fewer middle states. The middle felt unbearable. Therapists noticed this. Clients did not complain of numbness anymore. They complained of volatility. Life felt like spikes. Periods of extreme feeling followed by crashes. Without natural cycles, artificial cycles dominated. Burnout became more common, not from overwork, but from emotional overextension. People pushed themselves into experiences that felt meaningful, then collapsed. Recovery was harder. Without mourning, recovery had no anchor. Still, people returned to intensity again and again, because it was the only thing that cut through endless time. Society began to value boldness, not wisdom, not stability, boldness. Those who acted decisively, who created moments, who forced change, these people gained attention. Influencers rose not because they were insightful, but because they were intense. They provoked reactions. Reaction became currency. Calm voices were ignored. Subtlety struggled. Nuance was lost in the flatness. Intensity was easier to feel. Politics shifted accordingly. Public discourse polarized. Positions hardened. Language sharpened. Moderation felt like stagnation. Strong stances created edges. Edges attracted people hungry for definition. This made compromise harder. But compromise requires time, and time had lost its shape. In personal lives, people began making drastic changes suddenly, quitting jobs, ending relationships, moving cities. These decisions were not impulsive in the traditional sense. They were attempts to create a before and after. I was this person. Now I am that person. Change became performative, not for others, for the self. People needed to witness their own transformation, even if it was costly. This led to regret, but regret felt better than sameness. At least regret confirmed that something had happened. Memory responded accordingly. Intense experiences imprinted deeply. They stood out against the flat background of time. Life became a series of spikes. When people later recalled this period, they did not remember continuity. They remembered moments, sharp, isolated, vivid. This changed how identity formed. People defined themselves by peak experiences rather than steady growth. I am the person who did this, who survived that, who felt this strongly. Narrative identity fragmented, but fragmentation felt preferable to blur. As this cultural shift continued, warnings emerged. Psychologists cautioned that intensity is not sustainable, that humans need rhythms, not just peaks, but warnings struggled to land. Rhythms require trust in renewal. Trust was gone. Intensity was tangible. People could feel it working until it didn't, because intensity without integration becomes noise, and noise, sustained, becomes exhaustion. People began reporting a new kind of fatigue, not boredom, not depression, a fatigue from constant significance. When every experience is meant to matter deeply, nothing gets to rest. Meaning, overload replaced meaninglessness. This was not relief, it was pressure. People began longing not for intensity, but for gentleness. Not calm exactly. Gentleness. The ability to exist without proving that something was happening. This longing was quiet at first, easy to ignore, but it grew. Because while intensity creates edges, it does not create continuity. It can start something, it cannot sustain it. And humans, even without mourning, still needed to live, not just puncture existence. As the culture of intensity reached its limits, a subtle countercurrent began to form. People started seeking experiences that did not spike emotion, but softened it. Practices that did not create before and after, but made the present bearable. Breathwork, slow movement, repetitive crafts, gardening under artificial light, listening to long, quiet recordings at night. These were not exciting, they were stabilizing, and stability, long neglected, began to feel precious. This was not a return to old rhythms. It was something new, a search for meaning that did not rely on beginnings, endings, or peaks, a search for a way to live inside endless time without constantly trying to escape it. That search was fragile, incomplete, but it marked a shift from forcing edges to learning how to float without losing oneself. And as people leaned tentatively into this quieter mode of existence, they began to realize that intensity had been a response, not a solution. The real question had not yet been answered. If life no longer offers beginnings and intensity cannot replace them, what does it mean to continue gently, deliberately, without waiting for a moment that will never arrive? That question did not demand action. It demanded understanding. And understanding, unlike intensity, takes time, even when time itself no longer feels like it moves forward. Understanding did not arrive suddenly. It seeped in, slowly, the way the absence of mourning itself had, after the culture of intensity exhausted itself. People did not immediately become wiser. They became quieter, not peaceful, just quieter. The kind of quiet that follows overstimulation, when the nervous system no longer wants to be impressed. The world had tried shouting meaning into existence. It hadn't worked. Now it tried whispering. People began gravitating toward activities that did not promise transformation. No breakthroughs, no revelations, just continuity without friction. They sat longer without doing anything productive. They listened to sounds that did not change much. They watched shadows move across artificial light without needing them to become something else. At first, this felt unsettling. Without intensity, how do you know something is happening? That question lingered unanswered until people began noticing a different signal. Relief, not joy. Relief. The relief of not having to start. The relief of not having to finish. The relief of not having to make a moment count. Gentleness entered human life again, not as a virtue, but as a survival mechanism. Breathing slowed, movement softened, speech became less urgent. People allowed conversations to drift without conclusion, allowed thoughts to trail off, allowed feelings to exist without interpretation. This was unfamiliar, Modern humans had been trained to extract meaning, to summarize, to optimize. Now meaning was allowed to remain diffuse. This was not enlightenment, it was rest. The nervous system, long deprived of true rest, responded immediately. Sleep improved, not in duration, but in depth. People slept without expecting anything from it. They stopped hoping sleep would fix something. Sleep became sleep again, and when they woke, if waking can even be called that without mourning, they did not immediately assess themselves. They simply noticed they were still here. That noticing became important. Still here meant still possible. Not possible in the sense of opportunity, possible in the sense of continuation. The idea of progress shifted. Progress had once meant movement toward a goal. Then it had meant intensity. Now it meant something quieter. Stability, the ability to remain without eroding. This reframing was subtle, but it changed how people evaluated their lives. They stopped asking, "Am I going somewhere?" They started asking, "Can I stay with this?" This applied to work, to relationships, to identity. Jobs that had once felt meaningless because they didn't lead anywhere began to feel tolerable, even valuable, if they allowed for steadiness. Relationships that lacked excitement but offered reliability were reassessed. People realized something uncomfortable. They had confused movement with meaning. Mourning had always given movement freely. Without it, movement had to justify itself. Many forms of movement failed that test. Stillness did not. This realization altered mental health patterns again. Anxiety declined further, not because people felt safe, but because they stopped expecting the world to resolve itself. Expectation had been a major source of distress. Hope, when unfulfilled, hurts. Letting go of certain kinds of hope reduced pain. This was not nihilism, it was adjustment. The brain recalibrated its baseline. Instead of waiting for change, it learned to distribute attention across what was already present. This improved resilience. People became harder to shock. Bad news landed, but did not spiral as quickly. Without a sense of before and after, events were absorbed into continuity rather than treated as ruptures. This had costs. Outrage declined. Urgency softened. Some worried this meant complacency. Others recognized it as emotional sustainability. Humans had found a way to exist without constant beginnings. But existence without beginnings raises a deeper question. If nothing starts, what gives life shape? This question surfaced slowly, often during long stretches of quiet. People noticed that without beginnings, shape had to come from repetition, not repetitive monotony. Repetition with attention. Small acts done again and again. Cooking the same meal, walking the same path, tending the same plants, listening to the same sounds. These acts became anchors, not because they moved life forward, but because they held it in place. Time stopped feeling like a river and began to feel like weather, sometimes heavier, sometimes lighter, always present. This metaphor mattered. You do not rush weather, you adapt to it. The language people used shifted accordingly. Instead of saying, "I'm working toward something," they said, "I'm maintaining this." Instead of, "I hope things change," they said, "I hope this holds." Holding became the new aspiration. At first, this sounded small, but small aspirations proved durable. Durability became the new success metric. Those who could maintain routines without rigidity, relationships without demand, identities without constant reinvention. These people seemed calmer, not happier. Calmer. Calm became aspirational. This surprised many. Calm had once been considered passive. Now it was skilled. Calm required restraint. It required letting go of the need to mark time with events. It required trusting continuity. That trust was fragile. It wavered whenever something truly disruptive occurred. Illness, loss, unexpected violence. Without mourning, these events did not resolve into chapters. They simply altered the weather. People struggled then. They wanted edges again. Some returned briefly to intensity. Others collapsed inward. But many, slowly, learned to grieve differently. Grief without mourning does not move. It settles. This kind of grief is heavy, but less sharp. It becomes part of the atmosphere. People carried it with them, not as a wound, as a presence. This changed compassion. People became more patient with each other's sadness, less eager to fix it, more willing to sit beside it. Consolation did not promise things would get better. It promised things would continue. This was enough. As meaning detached from progress, it attached itself to care. Care became the central value. Not care as duty, care as attention. Attention to what persists. Attention to what weakens. Attention to what can be held. People took better care of fragile things, not because they were hopeful, because fragility was now obvious. Without renewal, nothing could be taken for granted. This awareness fostered a quieter ethics. People wasted less, not because of moral pressure, but because waste felt disrespectful to continuity. Why discard something that still holds? This applied to objects, to relationships, to selves. Self-discarding declined. People were less eager to reinvent their identities dramatically. Reinvention requires beginnings. Instead, they adjusted. They became softer versions of themselves. This reduced crisis. It also reduced ambition. But ambition, many realized, had been tied to a belief in forward time. Without that belief, ambition felt misaligned. A new value emerged: attunement, the ability to sense what is sustainable. Attunement replaced drive. This had effects on leadership. Leaders who spoke loudly, promised change, or pushed urgency lost influence. Leaders who listened, moderated, and stabilized gained it. Not because they inspired, because they regulated. Regulation became more valuable than vision. Vision implies future. Regulation implies balance. In an endless present, balance mattered more. This shift was not celebrated. It was practical. Slowly, societies reorganized around maintenance rather than growth. Infrastructure focused on durability. Education focused on adaptability rather than achievement. Children were taught how to notice internal signals: fatigue, interest, overload. Less emphasis on pushing through, more emphasis on pacing. This did not eliminate suffering, but it distributed it more evenly. Peaks flattened, valleys shallowed, life became less dramatic, more tolerable. The cost of this adaptation was subtle. Without beginnings, people stopped believing in transformation. Not personal growth, transformation. The idea that something could fundamentally change. This loss was mourned quietly. Stories of sudden redemption, revolutions, awakenings. These felt like artifacts from another world. People listened to them like myths. Interesting, unrelatable. Transformation requires a before and an after. Without that, change becomes incremental. Incremental change is slow. It requires patience. Patience grew, but hope thinned. This trade-off defined the new human condition: stable, enduring, less inspired. As this new equilibrium settled, scientists and philosophers revisited the original question that had begun all of this. What had morning really provided? It was not light alone. It was permission. Permission to imagine that the world could feel different tomorrow. Without that permission, humans learned to live without imagining difference. They learned to live with acceptance. Acceptance is not surrender, it is alignment. But alignment without aspiration can become stagnation. This tension remained unresolved. People sensed it, but did not know how to address it. They had adapted to endless time, but adaptation is not the same as fulfillment. Somewhere beneath the calm, beneath the care, beneath the gentle maintenance of existence, there remained a quiet restlessness. Not urgency, not desire, a faint pull, as if something in the human psyche still remembered the feeling of stepping into a new day, not consciously, cellularly. And that memory, faint but persistent, suggested that adaptation might not be the final state, that humans might yet discover another way to experience renewal, not from the sky, not from time, but from something deeper, something that did not require beginnings, but could still create them. The question was not whether such a thing existed. The question was whether humans, having learned to live without mourning, would recognize it when it appeared. That recognition would not come through intensity, or belief, or care alone. It would come through something far quieter, a shift in how humans understood the relationship between endurance and hope. And that shift, still forming, still unnamed, was already beginning to alter the texture of human thought, not dramatically, but decisively, in ways that would soon test whether a species built around beginnings could truly learn to renew itself without them. The economy did not collapse when mourning disappeared. That surprised everyone. Markets opened, transactions cleared, supply chains continued to move. Screens still flashed numbers that rose and fell with familiar urgency. At first glance, the machinery of exchange appeared intact. But an economy is not just movement, it is expectation. Before mourning stopped, economic life had been built on a quiet agreement between time and trust. You invested because you believed tomorrow would arrive. You saved because you believed later would matter. You planned because you believed progress had direction. Without mourning, that agreement frayed. At first, it was subtle. People delayed decisions not out of fear, but out of indifference. Why rush to buy something when time no longer felt like it was advancing toward anything? Why commit capital when the future felt like an extension of now rather than a destination? Spending patterns changed. Impulse purchases increased briefly, driven by the same search for intensity that had reshaped art and relationships. But that phase passed quickly. What followed was something quieter and more consequential: cautious consumption. People bought what they needed. They replaced what broke. They hesitated to upgrade. Desire softened, not vanished, softened. Luxury lost its narrative. Luxury had once promised transformation, a new lifestyle, a new phase, a visible step forward. Without mourning, luxury became ornamental rather than aspirational. Objects could no longer signal progression, they only signaled possession. This diminished their pull. Industries built on aspiration, fashion, travel, entertainment, felt this first. Campaigns still ran, influencers still posed, but audiences responded less emotionally. They watched, They did not yearn. Yearning requires future orientation. Without mornings, yearning dulled. Investment behavior shifted next. Long-term investments rely on confidence in temporal distance. The idea that patience will be rewarded, that waiting has meaning. Without mourning, waiting felt undefined. Investors favored shorter horizons. Liquidity mattered more than growth. Preservation outweighed expansion. Markets did not crash. They flattened. Volatility decreased. Not because risk vanished, but because appetite for risk declined. Why gamble when winning doesn't feel like arriving anywhere? Startups struggled, not because innovation stopped, but because the narrative that sustained it weakened. Startups had always sold a future, a disruption, a before and after. Without mourning, after felt hypothetical. Funding dried not dramatically, but persistently. Caution replaced enthusiasm. Established companies fared better, not because they inspired, because they endured. Stability became the primary selling point. Brand messaging shifted accordingly. New mattered less than reliable. Better mattered less than still here. Maintenance contracts outperformed expansion plans. Subscription models thrived, not because people loved them, because they mirrored the endless present. Ongoing payment for ongoing service felt aligned with a world without beginnings. Ownership declined. Why own something permanently in a time that felt permanent itself? Access felt sufficient. Temporary solutions fit an endless now. Labor markets responded in kind. Careers lost their ladder-like shape. Before, work life had been framed as progression. Entry-level, advancement, seniority, retirement. Mourning structured that arc. Without mourning, careers flattened. People stayed in roles longer, not because they were satisfied, but because moving felt unnecessary. Promotions lost psychological weight, titles changed, but identity didn't. This affected ambition. Ambition had once been fueled by future payoff. Without that payoff feeling real, ambition softened into competence. People focused on doing their jobs well rather than moving beyond them. This improved quality in some sectors. It also reduced dynamism. Organizations became more risk-averse. They optimized processes rather than reimagining them. Efficiency increased. Innovation slowed. The gig economy expanded, not as a revolution, as a fit. Gig work aligned with a world without long-term narratives. Tasks completed without implication. Effort exchanged for immediate return. No career story required. This appealed to people who had grown tired of imagining futures. Short contracts felt honest. Education to employment pipelines weakened. Students questioned the value of long training programs aimed at distant outcomes. They preferred skills that paid now. Universities adapted slowly. Some reframed education as lifelong maintenance rather than preparation. Learning became modular. Credentials shortened. Depth traded places with breadth. This had consequences. Expertise declined in some areas. Adaptability increased in others. The economy recalibrated around survival rather than growth. Gross measures still rose or fell, but their meaning changed. GDP growth mattered less emotionally. Stability metrics mattered more. Inflation, deflation. These terms still existed, but they landed differently. People responded pragmatically rather than anxiously. Without a sense of tomorrow arriving, economic news lost its drama. It became weather, sometimes favorable, sometimes not, rarely existential. This shift troubled policymakers. Economic levers rely heavily on expectation. Interest rates influence behavior by shaping beliefs about future value. Without mourning, belief weakened. Policy announcements felt abstract. People complied out of habit, not anticipation. Fiscal stimulus produced muted responses. Tax incentives failed to motivate long-term planning. The economy became harder to steer, not broken, just inertial. Global trade adjusted. Supply chains prioritized reliability over optimization. Redundancy replaced efficiency. This increased costs. It also reduced fragility. A world without renewal could not afford sudden shocks. Economies grew thicker, less agile, more resilient. This resilience came at a cost. Opportunity narrowed, upward mobility slowed, but downward mobility slowed too. Society stabilized, not equitably, but evenly. The middle widened, extremes softened. Inequality did not disappear, but it felt less volatile. This reduced social unrest. It also reduced urgency for reform. Reform requires dissatisfaction with the present and hope for a different future. Both were diminished. People protested less, not because they were content, because they were tired of imagining change. Political movements struggled to mobilize economically. Promises of prosperity rang hollow without warnings to anchor them. Economic storytelling lost its power. Stories of building something felt misaligned. Stories of keeping things going resonated more. The economy began to resemble an ecosystem rather than a race. Circulation replaced accumulation. Flow replaced growth. This reframing eased pressure on some. Others felt suffocated. Those who thrived on expansion felt trapped. They left. Entrepreneurs migrated toward fringe spaces where intensity still existed. Black markets, experimental zones, places where risk created its own sense of before and after. This created pockets of volatility, not systemic, localized. The mainstream economy absorbed these as anomalies. Over time, a generational divide emerged. Those who remembered mornings struggled with the economic flattening. They missed ambition. They missed the sense of climbing. Those born without mornings found the system normal. They did not feel deprived. They had never expected a ladder. They valued security over ascent. This generational shift reshaped consumption further. Products promising transformation lost relevance. Products promising durability gained it. Repair industries flourished. Reuse became fashionable, not ethically, but practically. Why replace what still functions in a time that does not progress? Waste felt inappropriate, not immoral. Inappropriate. Financial planning changed. Retirement lost its meaning. Retirement had always implied an end to working after a long progression. Without mourning, work did not feel like a journey with an endpoint. People worked less intensely, but longer. Life phases blurred. Savings goals adjusted. People saved to buffer uncertainty, not to fund dreams. Dreams felt optional. Buffers felt essential. Insurance industries expanded, not because people feared catastrophe more, because they accepted continuity. Insurance promised continuation. That aligned. The economy's language adapted accordingly. Words like growth, expansion, scale softened. Words like sustain, maintain, preserve dominated. This semantic shift mattered. Language shapes behavior. Behavior shapes systems. The economy became a system designed to last rather than to advance. This reduced crises. It also reduced breakthroughs. Some called this stagnation. Others called it maturity. Both were partially correct. Humans had learned to build an economy without beginnings, but something was missing. An economy, like a person, needs not only stability, but direction. Direction provides meaning. Without it, even stability can feel hollow. People felt this most acutely during moments of personal decision. Should I change jobs? Should I start a business? Should I invest in something new? These questions felt unanswerable, not because answers were unclear, because the framework for answering them had dissolved. Decision-making requires a sense of future payoff. Without mourning, payoff felt abstract. People defaulted to staying. Staying became rational, but staying everywhere creates congestion, not physically, psychologically. The economy thickened with inertia. Opportunities existed, but fewer people reached for them. This slowed circulation. Money moved, ambition did not. Economists began describing the phenomenon with new terms. They spoke of temporal compression, of expectation decay, of present-weighted economies. These terms explained patterns. They did not resolve discomfort, because discomfort was not technical, it was existential. The economy had adapted to endless time. Humans had adapted too. But adaptation had removed something that once made effort feel worthwhile. The sense that what you did today could meaningfully alter tomorrow. Without that, effort became maintenance. Maintenance is necessary. It is not inspiring. This tension simmered quietly until people began to notice something else. Despite all the flattening, despite all the caution, despite all the maintenance, there were still moments when the economy jolted, not upward, sideways, moments when something new captured attention, not because it promised growth, because it promised orientation, products that offered rhythm, services that imposed structure, experiences that created sequences. These did not dominate markets, but they mattered disproportionately, because they suggested that even in a world without mourning, humans still craved a sense of progression, not growth, progression. The difference mattered. Growth implies more. Progression implies movement. The economy had solved for more. It had not solved for movement. And movement, real movement, requires time to feel directional. As this realization began to circulate among thinkers, planners, and ordinary people alike, attention shifted again. If the economy could not restore direction, if growth could not substitute for beginnings, if stability could not satisfy the need to move, then perhaps the answer did not lie in systems at all. Perhaps it lay in something smaller, something more personal, something that did not depend on markets, policies, or forecasts, something humans carried with them even when the sky no longer provided renewal. That thought lingered quietly beneath the numbers, beneath the charts, beneath the careful maintenance of an economy designed to endure. And it pointed toward the next question, not about money, not about work, but about what remains when all external structures flatten, what humans turn to when the world stops offering direction, and whether hope, real hope, can survive without an economy that believes in tomorrow. Despair did not arrive with noise. It did not crash through doors or announce itself with sirens. It did not come wearing catastrophe or spectacle. There were no sudden collapses, no mass hysteria, no collective scream that marked the moment everything fell apart. Despair arrived the way fog does, gradually, quietly, without a clear edge. People did not say, "I'm losing hope." They said, "I feel flat." They said, "Nothing's wrong exactly." They said, "I'm just tired, I think." And because nothing was obviously broken, no one rushed to fix it. This was not the despair of crisis. This was the despair of continuation. In the past, despair had always had a story. It followed loss, failure, disappointment. It could be traced to a cause. It could be contextualized. It could be addressed with time because time promised change. Now time no longer promised anything, and despair, stripped of narrative, became ambient. It settled into the background of daily life like low humidity, barely noticeable but altering everything. People continued to function. They woke, if waking still had meaning. They worked, they ate, they spoke, they slept. Nothing stopped, but something thinned. Effort began to feel heavier, not because tasks were harder, but because the reason for doing them felt less convincing. People still completed obligations, but obligation had replaced intention. Intentionality is what makes action feel chosen. Without mourning, choice felt less distinct. People did not stop caring. They stopped expecting care to lead anywhere. This shift was subtle, and because it was subtle, it spread. Psychologists noticed an increase in what they called subclinical depression. People did not meet diagnostic criteria. They were not incapacitated. They were not in acute distress. They were disengaged. Disengagement is harder to treat than pain. Pain demands relief. Disengagement tolerates itself. People describe their inner lives as quieter. Thoughts came less urgently. Feelings arrived without insistence. There was less internal friction, but also less spark. They were not unhappy. They were uninvested. This is the danger of despair without drama. It does not alert the system. It allows itself to be normalized. Language adapted. People stopped using words like excited or looking forward. They spoke instead of manageable, fine, okay. Okay became the emotional ceiling, and when okay becomes the ceiling, aspiration feels excessive. This had consequences for risk-taking, creativity, and care. People avoided decisions that could disrupt their fragile equilibrium. They stayed in jobs that felt neutral. They remained in relationships that were stable but hollow. They postponed changes not out of fear, but out of indifference. Change felt like work, and work without promise feels unnecessary. This was not laziness. It was emotional economics. Every action costs energy. When the return on energy is unclear, conservation becomes rational. People conserve themselves. This conservation looked like calm from the outside. From the inside, it felt like waiting without anticipation. The most unsettling aspect of this despair was how reasonable it felt. In a world without mornings, what exactly was there to hope for? Hope, in its most basic form, is the belief that the future will differ from the present in a meaningful way. Without mornings, difference became abstract. Things could change, but they didn't feel like they were moving toward change. They felt like they were drifting within the same atmospheric pressure. Hope requires direction. Without direction, it becomes an intellectual exercise rather than an emotional force. People still believed things could get better. They just didn't feel it. This disconnection between belief and feeling is corrosive. It creates a quiet cynicism, not toward institutions or ideas, but toward one's own emotional responses. Why don't I care more? Why doesn't this move me? What's wrong with me? People internalized the flatness. They assumed it was personal. It wasn't. It was structural. The absence of mourning had removed the smallest, most reliable rehearsal of hope humans had ever known. Every sunrise had been a micro-promise. The world continues, and it does so differently. Without that rehearsal, hope became harder to access, not impossible, just effortful. And hope that requires effort is fragile. People stopped talking about the future in emotional terms. They planned logistics, not lives. Schedules existed, calendars remained. But they felt administrative rather than aspirational. The future became a place to manage rather than imagine. This affected parenting profoundly. Parents did not tell their children stories about what they could become. They told them stories about how to cope, how to adapt, how to endure. These were useful skills. They were also limiting. Children learned to value resilience over curiosity, stability over exploration. They became good at surviving, less good at dreaming. Dreaming did not disappear, it dimmed, and dimmed dreams do not demand action. They hover. Education reflected this. Students performed adequately. They completed requirements. They rarely failed catastrophically. They also rarely excelled passionately. Excellence requires belief that effort will open something new. Without mourning, opening felt symbolic. So students aimed for sufficiency. Sufficiency became success. Society adjusted its standards accordingly. People praised consistency more than creativity, reliability more than imagination, endurance more than vision. These are not bad values, they are incomplete. A culture built entirely on endurance becomes brittle in its own way. It can withstand pressure. It cannot adapt to opportunity. As despair settled, it changed the texture of attention. People scrolled more slowly, watched longer, but with less engagement. Content washed over them rather than pulling them in. They sought familiarity. Familiarity does not demand hope. It demands recognition. Recognition became comforting. Novelty, once prized, became tiring. New things asked too many questions. Old things asked none. This led to cultural repetition, remakes, revivals, reinterpretations of familiar material. The past felt safer than the future, not because the past was better, because it was known. Nostalgia increased, but it was a muted nostalgia. Less longing, more sheltering. People revisited old music, old shows, old stories not to relive joy, but to avoid uncertainty. The past did not promise improvement, but it did not threaten change. This coping strategy worked at a cost. It reduced exposure to surprise. Surprise is uncomfortable. It is also essential for growth. As surprise declined, so did emotional elasticity. People reacted less strongly to both good and bad events. Emotional range narrowed. This was not numbness. It was dampening, a nervous system protecting itself from endless exposure. Physiologically, cortisol patterns flattened further. Stress spikes were rarer, but baseline stress remained elevated. People lived in a constant state of mild strain, enough to tire them, not enough to mobilize them. This state is particularly difficult to interrupt. It does not break, it erodes. Healthcare systems noticed an increase in vague complaints, fatigue, aches, indigestion, insomnia, symptoms without clear pathology. The body was expressing what the mind could not articulate. Something was missing, not light, not time, meaningful transition. People had adapted to endless time. They had not adapted to endless sameness. Sameness does not announce itself as a problem. It becomes one. Some individuals resisted. They refused to accept the flattening. They chased meaning aggressively, new identities, new causes, new obsessions. They burned brightly, often briefly. Burnout followed. Others retreated inward. They minimized needs, reduced exposure, lived small. They survived comfortably, but comfort without aspiration slowly hollows the self. Most people lived somewhere in between, functioning, detached. This mass detachment changed how society responded to suffering. Tragedies occurred, they were acknowledged, then absorbed. Without mournings, there was no collective pause, no shared intake of breath, no reset after mourning. Grief diffused rather than concentrated. This made compassion quieter, not absent, quieter. People helped when asked. They rarely reached out proactively. Proactivity requires anticipation of difference. Difference was no longer expected. Activism struggled. Movements rely on the belief that action can change trajectory. Without trajectory, action felt symbolic. Symbols without momentum lose force. People supported causes abstractly, donated small amounts, shared messages. Sustained engagement declined. This did not mean injustice disappeared, it meant response softened. Some interpreted this as moral decline. Others saw it as fatigue. Both were partially right. Fatigue had moral consequences. The quiet rise of despair did not produce villains. It produced passivity. And passivity, when widespread, shapes outcomes as surely as aggression. Institutions became more stable and less responsive. Feedback loops slowed. Change required more pressure. Pressure was scarce. People were tired of pressure. They wanted things to hold. This created a paradox. The more people wanted stability, the more stagnant systems became. The more stagnant systems became, the harder it was to imagine improvement. This feedback loop reinforced despair, still quietly, still without crisis. The most dangerous part of this despair was that it did not feel like despair. It felt like realism. People told themselves they were being mature, practical, grounded. They stopped believing in big shifts. They valued moderation. They avoided extremes. These traits are often praised. Here, they masked loss. The loss of belief that life could surprise you in a good way. Without mourning, surprise had become rare. People stopped waiting for it. Waiting requires hope. They replaced waiting with occupancy, fill the time, manage the days, maintain the systems. This worked until it didn't, because humans are not designed to live entirely in maintenance mode. Maintenance keeps things from falling apart. It does not give a reason to keep them together. That reason had once been provided by time itself. Mourning had been the smallest engine of renewal. Without it, despair grew, not as an event, but as an atmosphere. And atmospheres are hard to escape. They surround you. They shape what feels possible. They determine which thoughts arise uninvited and which never appear at all. By the time people noticed that something essential had been lost, they struggled to name it. It wasn't happiness. It wasn't purpose. It was possibility. The feeling that something new could emerge without being forced. That life could open rather than merely continue. This realization did not lead to revolt. It led to a quiet question forming simultaneously in millions of minds. Is this all there is now? Not said with bitterness, said with curiosity, said with fatigue. And beneath that question lay another, more dangerous one. If this is all there is, how long can we keep doing it? That question did not yet have an answer, but it did have consequences. Because when despair becomes ambient, people do not panic. They adapt. And adaptation, when it reaches its limits, does not break outward, it turns inward, toward identity, toward self-definition, toward the deepest assumptions about what it means to be human in a world that no longer promises renewal. Those assumptions were about to be tested, not by catastrophe, but by a slow, deliberate choice, whether to continue merely enduring or to attempt something radically different, not in the sky, not in time, but in how humans understood themselves. That decision would not be announced. It would begin quietly, inside individuals, as a refusal to let despair, however reasonable, become the final shape of existence. And that refusal, still tentative, still fragile, would open the door to the next phase of life without mourning, one that did not reject endurance, but asked whether endurance alone was enough. Adaptation does not announce itself. It arrives disguised as practicality. People did not gather in streets to debate whether they were adapting or surrendering. They did not frame the choice so clearly. In fact, most never realized a choice was being made at all. They simply adjusted. Adjustment is the human specialty. When something fundamental disappears, the species does not stop. It recalibrates. Muscles shift, expectations lower. New baselines quietly replace old ones. The disappearance of mourning demanded this kind of recalibration. At first, adaptation felt like strength. People learned how to function without beginnings. They learned how to live inside continuation. They learned how to make endurance look like stability. From the outside, society appeared calmer, fewer breakdowns, fewer dramatic failures, fewer emotional extremes. It looked like maturity. But maturity and resignation share many surface features. Both speak softly. Both avoid excess. Both accept limits. The difference lies beneath. Maturity chooses limits in service of something larger. Resignation accepts limits because imagining alternatives feels too costly. This difference was not easy to detect. People adapted their language first. They stopped saying, "I can't wait." They stopped saying, "someday." They stopped saying, "when this is over." These phrases relied on an assumption that time was moving toward something. Without mourning, such assumptions felt naive. Language became present-weighted. "I'm managing." "I'm okay with how things are." It works. Works replaced hopes. Working is sufficient. Hope is optional. This linguistic shift was subtle, but it shaped thought. Thought shapes behavior. Behavior shapes identity. Soon, people began to see themselves not as agents of change, but as stewards of continuity. Stewardship sounds noble, and in many ways, it was. People took better care of what they had. They repaired rather than replaced. They preserved rather than expanded. They avoided unnecessary disruption. The world grew quieter, less wasteful, less frantic, less volatile, but also less daring, less willing to imagine what could be different. Adaptation began to harden into a worldview. The world is like this now. We adjust accordingly. There is no point resisting reality. This sounded wise. It also carried a quiet finality. Resistance had always been framed as futile in the absence of mourning. Why fight a condition that showed no sign of ending? Why exhaust yourself pushing against permanence? Acceptance became the dominant ethic, but acceptance, when detached from aspiration, risks becoming surrender. Not surrender in the dramatic sense, surrender as disengagement from possibility. People still made choices. They chose safety over curiosity, predictability over exploration, maintenance over ambition. These choices made sense. They reduced friction, they conserved energy, but they also narrowed life. The range of what felt worth attempting shrank. People began to ask themselves different questions, not what do I want to become, but what can I live with? This reframing was adaptive. It was also limiting. Living with something is not the same as living towards something. And yet, living towards something had become exhausting. The absence of mourning had removed the most effortless source of renewal. Renewal now required intention. Intention requires energy. Energy was scarce, so people chose endurance. Endurance became the quiet virtue of the age. Those who endured without complaint were admired. Those who adapted smoothly were praised. Those who stopped expecting change were considered realistic. Those who still spoke of transformation were viewed with suspicion. They were called impractical, naive, unsettled. In a world without beginnings, the desire to begin again looked like denial. This social pressure mattered. Humans calibrate their sense of possibility by observing what others consider acceptable. As the culture leaned toward endurance, individuals who felt restless learned to suppress it. Restlessness was reframed as immaturity. Discontent was reframed as ingratitude. People told themselves they should be satisfied. They were surviving. They were functioning. They were not suffering in obvious ways. What more could they reasonably ask for? This logic was difficult to argue against, which is precisely why it was dangerous, because it left no room for longing. Longing is often inconvenient. It disrupts acceptance. It demands imagination. It insists that the present is not enough. In a world without mourning, longing felt irresponsible. Longing asks for change. Change felt unrealistic. So people adapted by numbing longing, not completely, just enough. They lowered their internal volume. Desire became quieter. Dreams became less vivid. Ambitions softened into preferences. Preferences can be satisfied. Ambitions demand movement. Movement was costly. People adapted their identities accordingly. They described themselves less in terms of who they hoped to be and more in terms of what they reliably did. I'm the kind of person who keeps things running. I'm someone who shows up. I don't need much. These identities were functional. They were also defensive. They protected people from disappointment. If you do not expect transformation, you cannot be disappointed by its absence. This strategy worked for a time. Then it began to reveal its cost. People felt strangely absent from their own lives. Not unhappy, not miserable, just distant. As if they were caretakers of a life rather than participants in it. They were living inside routines rather than inhabiting moments. The word settled took on new meaning. To be settled once meant to arrive somewhere. Now it meant to stop moving. Society praised those who were settled. Those who asked questions were told to accept reality. Reality had become static, and static realities demand compliance. The line between adaptation and surrender blurred further. Some people crossed it without noticing. They stopped asking themselves whether their lives felt meaningful. They asked whether their lives felt manageable. Manageable became the benchmark. This benchmark lowered the bar for despair. Despair no longer needed to announce itself as pain. It could exist as the absence of engagement. A life can be manageable and empty. A life can be stable and hollow. These truths were uncomfortable, so people avoided them. They distracted themselves with small comforts, routine pleasures, familiar entertainment, low-stakes stimulation. These did not demand hope. They provided momentary relief. Relief accumulated. Relief is seductive. It feels like peace. But peace without vitality is fragile. People became skilled at calming themselves, less skilled at energizing themselves. Energy requires something to move toward. Without mourning, direction felt abstract. Some people resisted adaptation. They refused to flatten their expectations. They continued to speak of change. They sought novelty. They pursued projects that did not guarantee stability. They were admired briefly, then quietly marginalized. They were described as restless, unsettled, not well-adjusted. Adjustment had become the moral standard. Those who adjusted easily were considered healthy. Those who struggled were considered weak. This moralization of adaptation reinforced surrender. People internalized the message. If I'm struggling, something is wrong with me. They did not question whether the environment itself was suppressing something essential. This is how systems perpetuate themselves, not through force, through normalization, the normalization of endurance, the normalization of flatness, the normalization of lives that function but do not unfold. Children growing up in this environment learned these lessons early. They watched adults choose safety over exploration. They absorbed the idea that wanting more was dangerous. They learned to moderate their desires. They became emotionally literate but aspirationally cautious. They were good at coping, less inclined to risk disappointment. Education reinforced this. Curricula emphasized adaptability, problem-solving, resilience. These were valuable skills, but they replaced something else. Vision. Vision asks, what could be? Adaptation asks, what is tolerable? Tolerance became the guiding principle. Society did not collapse. It stabilized into something durable, but durability without direction can feel like stagnation. People sensed this. They did not articulate it as dissatisfaction. They articulated it as fatigue, a tiredness that sleep did not resolve, a weariness with continuity. This weariness did not spark revolt. It sparked quiet withdrawal. People shrank their lives. They invested in fewer relationships. They limited commitments. They avoided deep attachment to anything that might require renewal. They told themselves they were simplifying. In some ways, they were. In other ways, they were disappearing. This withdrawal had collective effects. Communities became looser. Institutions became harder to reform. Culture slowed. Everything worked. Nothing bloomed. This is the danger of adaptation taken too far. It optimizes for survival at the expense of becoming. At some point, adaptation becomes indistinguishable from surrender, but surrender is rarely acknowledged as such. It is reframed as wisdom, as realism, as acceptance. Acceptance is healthy when it releases resistance to what cannot be changed. It is unhealthy when it eliminates the desire to change what can. People did not know where that line was anymore. Without mourning, they had lost their reference point for renewal. They had adapted to endlessness. They had survived the absence of beginnings. But survival alone did not answer the deeper question. Why continue? Not why endure? Why live? That question remained unresolved. And unresolved questions do not disappear. They sink. They settle beneath behavior. They influence choices indirectly. As this unresolved question lingered, something unexpected began to happen. People started noticing moments when adaptation felt wrong. Small moments. a sudden ache when hearing an old song, a flicker of longing when seeing children play, an inexplicable sadness during moments of calm. These moments were not intense, they were persistent. They suggested that something in the human psyche was resisting full surrender, not loudly, quietly, a memory not of light, but of beginning. The body had adapted, the mind had adjusted, but something deeper, older than habit, older than culture, had not forgotten. It remembered what it felt like to step into something new, and it was not satisfied with mere endurance. This tension grew slowly, not into rebellion, into curiosity, a question that did not demand action, but refused to be silenced. Is adaptation enough? Is survival the same as living? If morning will not return, does that mean renewal is impossible? Or does it mean renewal must come from somewhere else? This question did not accuse, it invited. An invitation, even without promise, carries energy. The first energy people had felt in a long time that was not driven by intensity or fear. A quieter energy, one that did not demand beginnings, but hinted at them. And as this hint spread, subtle, easily missed, it began to loosen the grip of resignation, not dramatically, not yet, but enough to suggest that surrender was not the only available response, that adaptation might be only a phase, not the end state, that humans, having learned to live without mourning, might still discover another way to experience renewal, not through time, not through the sky, but through something they had not yet fully explored, something internal, something fragile, something capable of existing even in an endless night. And that possibility, still unformed, still uncertain, would soon begin to change how people understood hope itself. Hope did not disappear when the light did. It changed its shape. For a long time, people believed hope required direction, a horizon, a sense that something ahead would be better, brighter, more complete than what existed now. Morning had always carried that assumption effortlessly. Each sunrise was a quiet vote in favor of tomorrow. Without it, hope lost its most familiar form, and yet it did not vanish. It retreated inward. At first, this retreat went unnoticed. People assumed they were simply becoming realistic, practical, grounded. They stopped expecting dramatic improvements. They adjusted their emotional posture to match a world that no longer offered visible renewal. But beneath that adjustment, something else was happening. Hope was being stripped of its dependence on the future. This was unsettling. Hope without a future sounds like a contradiction. But what people began to discover, slowly, reluctantly, was that hope had never truly lived in tomorrow. Tomorrow had only given it somewhere to point. Now, without that pointer, hope had to learn to exist differently. It began to appear in smaller places, not in plans, not in predictions, but in sensations, in moments when the body felt slightly less heavy than usual, in breaths that came more easily, in the quiet satisfaction of finishing something small without needing it to lead anywhere else. These moments were easy to dismiss. They did not announce themselves as hope. They felt modest, unimpressive, but they accumulated. People noticed that even without mourning, there were moments when they felt more capable of continuing, not because they believed things would improve, but because continuing itself felt momentarily tolerable. This tolerance mattered. Hope, in this new form, did not say, "Things will get better." It said, "I can stay with this." At first, this felt like a lowering of standards, a compromise, but over time, it revealed a different kind of strength. Staying with something requires presence, presence requires energy, and energy, people realized, could still be generated, even without light. The source was not external. It came from alignment, from moments when actions matched internal states closely enough that friction decreased. This alignment was subtle. It happened when people listened to their bodies instead of forcing routines, when they rested without guilt, when they spoke honestly without expectation of resolution, when they stopped trying to turn endurance into a virtue and allowed it to simply be a condition. In these moments, the nervous system relaxed slightly, and relaxation allowed something unexpected. Choice, not grand choice, small choice, the choice to pause, the choice to continue gently rather than forcefully, the choice to care without expecting change. This was hope in its quietest form. Not motivational, not aspirational, sustaining. People began to recognize it when it was absent. They noticed that despair felt like a loss of agency, while this new hope felt like a return of micro-agency, the ability to choose how to engage with the present, not to transform it, just to inhabit it with less resistance. This shift altered how people spoke about hope. They stopped saying, "I hope things get better." They said, "I hope I can handle this. I hope I can remain kind. I hope I don't harden." These hopes did not rely on external change. They relied on internal continuity. This was not resignation. It was resilience redefined. Resilience had once meant bouncing back, returning to a previous state. But there was no previous state to return to. So resilience became something else. The ability to remain responsive without breaking, the ability to feel without collapsing, the ability to adapt without disappearing. This form of hope was not dramatic. It did not produce movements. It did not inspire slogans. It did not demand belief. It functioned quietly, like a low flame kept alive in a windless room. People learned to recognize what fed it, not intensity, not distraction, not certainty. What fed it was rhythm, not the old rhythm of days and nights. A new one, internal rhythms, breathing, hunger, fatigue, interest, connection. These rhythms still existed. They had always existed. They had simply been overshadowed by the larger rhythm of the sun. Without that larger rhythm, the smaller ones became audible again. People began structuring their lives around these signals. They ate when hungry. They rested when tired. They engaged when curious. They withdrew when overwhelmed. This sounds simple. It was not. Listening requires attention. Attention requires trust. Trust had been damaged by the disappearance of mourning. People did not trust that their internal signals were enough. They had been trained to synchronize with the world. Now the world no longer synchronized back. Learning to trust internal timing took time. Mistakes happened. People over-rested, over-withdrew, over-focused. But slowly, calibration improved. And with it, a new sense of agency emerged. This agency did not aim at achievement. It aimed at coherence. Coherence between inner state and outer action. When coherence increased, suffering decreased, not because conditions improved, but because friction reduced. This reduction felt like relief. Relief became a signal. People followed it. Hope, now decoupled from expectation, became grounded in feedback. If something made life feel slightly more sustainable, it was worth continuing. If something depleted that feeling, it was reconsidered. This pragmatic approach reshaped values. People valued gentleness more, not as a moral ideal, as a functional necessity. Harshness consumed too much energy. Urgency drained reserves. Gentleness preserved them. Relationships adjusted accordingly. People stopped demanding that others provide hope. They stopped asking, "Do you think things will change?" They asked, "Can we get through this moment together?" Togetherness became localized, not collective optimism, shared presence. This was easier to offer and easier to accept. Communities that leaned into this form of hope became quieter, less performative, more intimate. They did not promise futures. They offered continuity. This continuity did not feel exciting, but it felt real. Children raised in this environment learned a different relationship with hope. They did not expect tomorrow to be better. They expected today to be manageable. This did not make them pessimistic. It made them attentive. They learned to notice small shifts in their internal state. They became sensitive to overload. They asked for breaks. They expressed needs without framing them as steps toward growth. This worried some adults. It also impressed others. These children were less driven by distant rewards, more motivated by immediate alignment. They were less ambitious, also less brittle. They could adjust. They could recover. They did not panic when things did not improve quickly. Hope for them was not about change. It was about continuity of care. This new form of hope had limits. It did not inspire large-scale transformation. It did not fuel revolutions. It did not rebuild the idea of progress. But it prevented collapse. It allowed people to remain human without requiring belief in a brighter future. This was not enough for everyone. Some mourned the loss of aspirational hope deeply. They missed longing. They missed the pull of tomorrow. They missed the feeling of stepping toward something unseen. This grief was real, and it did not go away simply because another form of hope existed. People held both simultaneously, the quiet, sustaining hope, and the grief for the hope that had depended on light. This duality shaped inner life. People learned to live with mixed states, stability and sadness, calm and yearning, acceptance and loss. This complexity did not resolve. It stabilized, and stabilization, once again, allowed continuation. But even as this new hope took root, people began to notice its fragility. It required ongoing attention. If ignored, it withered. If overburdened, it collapsed. It could not carry the weight of meaning alone. It needed support. Support came from practices that reinforced presence without demand, listening to long, quiet recordings, walking without destination, repetitive tasks done slowly. These practices did not generate excitement. They maintained capacity. Hope in this era was not a spark. It was a maintenance process. This reframing was difficult for many to accept. Hope had always been romanticized. Now it was procedural. And yet, people found that procedural hope worked. They could survive without believing things would improve. They could remain open without expecting reward. They could care without anticipating payoff. This was a radical shift. Hope was no longer about outcome. It was about posture, how one stood inside time, or rather, inside its absence. This posture affected ethics. People judged actions less by their projected impact and more by their immediate effect on well-being. Did this action increase coherence? Did it preserve gentleness? Did it allow continuity? If yes, it was valued. This led to quieter moral choices, less heroism, more consistency. The world grew less dramatic, more livable, but something was still missing. Even those who embraced this new hope sensed its incompleteness. It allowed life to continue. It did not explain why. Why remain gentle? Why care at all? Why maintain coherence in a universe that no longer signaled renewal? These questions did not arise urgently. They arose in stillness, and they pointed toward something beyond coping, beyond endurance, beyond maintenance. Hope without light had allowed humans to survive the absence of beginnings, but survival was not the same as meaning. Meaning still hovered, unresolved, not in the future, not in progress, but somewhere else, somewhere that did not depend on time moving forward. People began to suspect that hope might not be the foundation, that hope might be downstream of something deeper, something that did not require expectation, something that could exist even when hope failed. They began to speak tentatively about purpose without outcome, about value without reward, about being without becoming. These ideas were uncomfortable. They challenged centuries of narrative. They asked humans to reconsider what life was for when it was no longer going anywhere. The disappearance of mourning had forced humanity to confront a question it had long avoided. If life does not promise renewal, if tomorrow is not different, what justifies care? What justifies effort? What justifies love? Hope, in its new form, could not answer this alone. It could sustain, it could not explain. An explanation mattered, not logically, existentially. As this realization settled, attention shifted again, away from coping, away from hope, towards something even more fundamental, something that had existed long before hope ever learned to attach itself to light, something older than mourning, older than timekeeping, older than expectation, something embedded not in the future, but in the fact of being alive at all. And that realization, still vague, still forming, began to reorient human thought in a direction that did not point forward, but inward, toward existence itself, toward the question of whether life needed renewal to be justified, or whether justification had always been something humans added after the fact. That question did not seek an answer immediately. It lingered, and in lingering, it began to change the texture of awareness, preparing the ground for a final shift, not toward optimism, not toward despair, but toward a different understanding of what it means to remain when nothing begins again. The last memory of sunrise did not disappear all at once. It thinned. Like a photograph left in a place where light never changes, the image did not burn or tear. It simply lost contrast. Edges softened, colors flattened. What had once felt immediate began to feel narrated. At first, there were still many people who remembered mornings clearly. They could describe the exact temperature of early air, the way shadows stretched long before pulling back, the brief quiet before a city inhaled. These people spoke of sunrise as something practical, not poetic. They remembered it as routine, ordinary, reliable. That reliability was what made its absence so destabilizing. As time without morning extended, those memories became fewer, not because people forgot them in the usual sense, but because the people who carried them aged, and when they spoke, their voices changed. They stopped saying, "I remember when." They began saying, "There used to be." That linguistic shift mattered. "I remember" implies a living connection. "There used to be" implies distance. Sunrise was slowly crossing that line. The last people who had seen it with their own eyes noticed something strange happening inside themselves. Their memories of morning were becoming less sensory and more conceptual. They remembered that the sky brightened. They remembered that it felt like beginning, but the exact feeling The bodily recognition of a new day was harder to access. They tried to describe it to others. They struggled. Children listened politely, intently. They asked careful questions. Was it loud? Was it fast? Did it feel different every time? Adults answered as best they could. They talked about birds, about light changing color, about the feeling of possibility. But possibility is not a sensation. It is an interpretation. Children who had never experienced sunrise stored these descriptions as stories rather than memories. They categorized them alongside myths and histories. Interesting, informative, not personal. This marked a turning point. Sunrise ceased to be something humans remembered. It became something humans knew about. The difference is subtle and enormous. Knowledge does not regulate the nervous system. Memory does. The people who still remembered sunrise began noticing that they felt different from those who did not. Not better, not wiser, different. They carried a reference point others lacked. This reference point shaped how they understood loss. For them, the absence of mourning was a deprivation. For those born without it, the absence was normal. This generational divide created tension, not conflict, misunderstanding. Older people spoke of renewal with a tone that confused younger listeners. Why did it matter so much? Why cling to something that no longer existed? Younger people listened but did not feel the urgency. They had adapted to endless time without mourning it. They had never known what was missing. The elders tried to explain that this was exactly the problem, but explanation without experience rarely persuades. As the last witnesses of sunrise aged, their memories took on a new role. They became custodians, not just of an event, but of a way of orienting to life. They remembered what it felt like to trust that something would begin without effort. That trust had once been universal. Now it was personal, fragile, private. These elders began to notice that their memories carried emotional weight not because of nostalgia, but because of contrast. They could feel the difference between a life lived with beginnings and one lived without. They felt the cost. Younger generations felt something else. They felt stable, not happy. Stable. Stability felt sufficient to them. They did not feel deprived of sunrise. They felt indifferent to it. This indifference unsettled those who remembered. It felt like watching a language disappear, not with violence, with disuse. The elders began recording their memories, not in grand memoirs, in small fragments, voice notes, short descriptions, casual anecdotes. They did not want to romanticize sunrise. They wanted to preserve its ordinariness. Because ordinariness was what made it powerful. Sunrise had never been special. It had been constant. And constancy, once removed, becomes priceless. These recordings circulated quietly. People listened out of curiosity, out of courtesy, out of a sense that they should. But the effect was muted. Hearing about sunrise did not restore anything. It did not awaken longing. It did not produce grief. It produced abstraction. Sunrise became an idea. Ideas can be discussed. They do not regulate behavior. As years passed, even the elders' memories changed tone. They stopped speaking of sunrise as something that might return. They stopped wondering when it would come back. They began speaking of it as something that belonged to a completed era, not tragically, matter-of-factly. This acceptance marked the true end of sunrise, not as an event, but as a possibility. When the last people who could remember morning as lived experience began to die, society did not react dramatically. There were no ceremonies, no global mourning, no collective pause. The world had learned how to continue without such markers. Deaths occurred, lives ended. Endings had always been possible without beginnings. It was beginnings that had been lost. The children of this world grew into adults who had never felt the morning open around them. They had never organized their lives around days. They thought in terms of states: busy, rested, connected, overloaded. These were their units of time. They were not confused by this. They were adapted. They did not feel the loss of sunrise. They felt occasional confusion when older texts or recordings referenced it with emotional intensity. Why did this matter so much? Why did people write poetry about it? Why did they associate it with hope? These questions were asked without irony, without longing. Sunrise had become symbolic without resonance, like an extinct animal known only from illustrations. You can understand that it mattered. You cannot feel why. This marked another shift. Hope, once tied loosely to sunrise, became fully detached from it. Hope was now procedural. It was about capacity. Can I continue? Can I cope? Can I remain responsive? Hope had shrunk to the scale of the self. This was functional. It was also isolating. Without shared symbols of renewal, collective hope struggled to form. Movements lacked emotional ignition. Stories lacked arcs. The idea of a turning point faded. Life became an accumulation rather than a journey. The elders who remained noticed something else before they died. Their memories of sunrise were no longer comforting. They had become painful, not because sunrise was gone, but because the world no longer recognized what had been lost. They felt like witnesses to a language no one spoke. They stopped bringing it up. They stopped trying to explain. Silence replaced explanation. Silence felt respectful, but it also felt like erasure. When the last of these elders passed, something ended quietly. Not sunrise, the memory of what it felt like to begin. From that point on, all humans alive shared the same temporal experience. None of them remembered a world that reset itself daily. This homogeneity changed something deep. Without living memory of beginnings, humans no longer measured loss in terms of absence. They measured it in terms of strain. If something caused strain, it mattered. If it didn't, it faded. Sunrise, having caused no strain for generations, no longer mattered. This was not cruelty. It was adaptation completed. The species had fully transitioned into life without beginnings. And yet, something unexpected happened. As sunrise receded into history, people began to notice moments that felt strangely similar. Not bright, not visual, but orienting. Moments when attention sharpened for no clear reason. When a sense of presence intensified briefly. When something felt available. These moments were rare. They were not predictable. They did not align with time. They aligned with awareness. People struggled to name them. They did not call them hope. They did not call them beginnings. They called them clarity. Clarity did not last. It did not open days, but it opened moments. These moments mattered disproportionately. They felt like brief alignments between inner and outer states, a sense that this moment could be entered fully, not continued, not built upon, just entered. People began seeking these moments, not through intensity, not through effort, through stillness, through attention, through slowing down enough to notice. This shift was subtle, but it marked a new possibility, not a return of morning, something else. Something smaller, something internal, The last memory of sunrise had faded, but the capacity to experience orientation had not. It had simply detached from the sky. This raised a question no one had expected. If orientation can exist without time, if clarity can arise without beginnings, then perhaps sunrise had never been the source. Perhaps it had only been the most visible teacher. This idea unsettled people. It challenged the narrative of loss. It suggested that something essential might still be accessible, not externally, internally. This did not restore hope in the old sense. It did not promise a better tomorrow, but it hinted at something else. That meaning might not require renewal. That presence itself might contain a form of beginning. This idea was fragile. It could easily be dismissed as rationalization or wishful thinking, but it persisted, quietly, as a possibility. And possibilities, even small ones, change how humans relate to existence. As sunrise became fully historical and orientation began to appear in moments rather than days, humanity stood at a threshold it did not recognize as such, a threshold not between night and day, but between two understandings of life, one that required beginnings to justify continuation, and one that did not. Which understanding would take root was not yet clear. The memory of sunrise had carried humanity this far. Its absence had forced adaptation. Now, with no one left who remembered what it felt like to wake into a new day, a different question emerged. Not about loss, but about essence. Had sunrise given life meaning, or had it only revealed something that had always been there? That question did not seek an answer immediately. It lingered, waiting not for light, but for recognition. The discovery did not feel like discovery. There was no moment when humanity collectively realized that something new had appeared. No announcement, no terminology, no shared excitement. What emerged felt almost disappointing in its subtlety. People did not wake into it. They noticed it sideways. It appeared during pauses rather than transitions, in the space after a sentence ended, but before another began, in the breath taken not to calm down, but because nothing else was needed. This was not renewal in the old sense. Nothing reset. Nothing erased what came before. And yet, something oriented. For a long time, humans had believed that beginnings required rupture, a clean line between what was and what would be. Morning had provided that illusion perfectly. It cut time into slices. It allowed forgetting to masquerade as renewal. Without it, the mind had been forced to confront continuity honestly. Now, within that continuity, something else was being felt. Not a reset, a re-entry. People began noticing that certain moments carried a different texture. They did not feel brighter. They did not feel hopeful. They felt usable. This moment is enough, the body seemed to say. You can act from here. This sensation did not depend on time. It depended on alignment between attention and circumstance. When attention stopped scanning for what came next, and circumstance stopped demanding justification, a narrow opening appeared. It did not last long, but while it lasted, effort felt possible again. Not urgent, possible. This was unfamiliar. For years, effort had either been forced or abandoned, either intensity or resignation. Now there was a third mode, effort without drama, effort that did not pretend to lead somewhere grand, effort that simply fit the moment. People began to trust this feeling cautiously. They did not build plans around it. They responded to it. When it appeared, they acted. When it faded, they stopped. This produced uneven patterns. Work happened in bursts. Conversations deepened unexpectedly, then drifted. Creativity appeared briefly, then receded. This looked chaotic, but something was different. People did not judge these fluctuations. They did not demand consistency. They treated these moments as invitations rather than obligations. This reduced strain. The nervous system responded well to this change. It prefers invitations to commands. Gradually, people began noticing that these moments of re-entry were becoming more frequent, not predictable, but recognizable. They learned how to notice the conditions that made them more likely. Silence without isolation, presence without pressure, attention without agenda. These conditions were not always available, but when they were, something clicked. This click was not emotional, it was functional. The mind said, "You can move from here." This was the closest thing to a beginning humans had felt in a long time. And yet, it was fundamentally different from mourning. Mourning had imposed a beginning regardless of readiness. This new opening required readiness. It could not be forced. It could only be received. This changed how people related to action. They stopped scheduling beginnings. They waited for openings. This did not mean passivity. It meant sensitivity. People became more attentive to their internal state before acting, not to optimize performance, but to avoid waste. Starting when the opening was absent felt costly. Starting when it was present felt natural. This reintroduced discernment into human behavior, not moral discernment, temporal discernment. Is now open or is it closed? This language emerged informally. People spoke of moments being open or closed, not metaphorically. Practically, an open moment allowed movement. A closed one resisted it. This vocabulary spread because it described experience accurately. People realized they had been ignoring this signal for most of history. Mourning had overridden it. Mourning had said, "Start now, regardless." Now, without that override, the signal became audible. This realization reframed many assumptions. People stopped blaming themselves for lack of motivation. They understood that motivation was not constant. It was conditional. Conditions had simply changed. This relieved shame. Shame had been heavy in the era after mourning disappeared. People had assumed their flatness was personal failure. Now they saw it as mismatch, trying to start when the moment was closed. Once this reframing took hold, behavior shifted. People became more patient with inaction. They did not interpret pause as collapse. Pause became a valid state, not waiting, listening. This listening was not passive. It was alert, like waiting for wind before setting a sail. You cannot summon wind, but you can prepare to catch it. Human life reorganized around this principle slowly. Education adapted first. Teachers noticed that forcing starts produced resistance. Allowing students to begin when attention naturally coalesced produced deeper engagement. Curricula loosened. Deadlines softened, not eliminated, softened. Learning became episodic rather than linear. This worried administrators. It intrigued learners. Students did not learn faster. They learned more honestly. They retained more. They did not burn out as quickly. Workplaces followed unevenly. Rigid schedules clashed with this new sensitivity. Some organizations resisted, others adapted. Those that adapted noticed something unexpected. Productivity did not increase overall, but quality improved. Errors decreased. Rework declined. People did less, but what they did mattered more. This challenged old metrics. Success had long been measured by consistency. Now consistency was replaced by appropriateness. Was the work done when the opening was present, or forced when it was not? Forced work carried hidden costs, mistakes, resentment, fatigue. Work done in alignment carried fewer. This was not mystical, it was neurological. The brain performs differently when internal and external timing align. Morning had once synchronized everyone, now synchronization was individual. This reduced coordination, it increased integrity. Society adjusted clumsily. Institutions lagged. Individuals adapted faster. Relationships changed again. People became more honest about availability, not availability of time, availability of presence. They said things like, "I'm here but not open. I'm open now. I don't know when it will return." These statements replaced excuses. They reduced misunderstanding. People stopped interpreting withdrawal as rejection. They understood it as closure. This reduced interpersonal strain. Love shifted accordingly. Love no longer demanded constant openness. It respected rhythm. Partners waited for openings rather than forcing connection. This slowed intimacy. It deepened it. Conversations became less frequent, more consequential. Silence lost its negative connotation. Silence could be closed or open. An open silence felt connected. A closed one felt distant. People learned to feel the difference. This sensitivity required attention. Attention became the new skill, not focus, attention to states. Children adapted easily. They had never known mornings as mandatory beginnings. They embraced this fluidity naturally. They did not demand answers about when things would start. They engaged when engaged. They withdrew when withdrawn. Adults learned from them, slowly. This new mode of beginning did not restore ambition. It did not bring back dreams of progress, but it reintroduced agency. Not the agency of choice between options, the agency of recognizing readiness. This was quieter, but real. People no longer felt like passive carriers of continuity. They felt like participants again, not authors of their lives, readers who could occasionally turn the page. The metaphor mattered. Before, life had been a book with chapters defined by mornings. Then, it had become a scroll with no breaks. Now it felt like a text that revealed sections only when you were ready to read them. This was not comforting to everyone. Some missed predictability. Some felt anxious without schedules. This system did not eliminate discomfort. It redistributed it. Instead of anxiety about the future, people felt uncertainty about timing. When will it open? This question replaced, when will it change? The former was easier to live with. It did not demand belief, it demanded attention. As this way of living spread, philosophers struggled to name it. It was not hope, it was not acceptance, it was not presence exactly. Presence can be passive. This required responsiveness. Some called it attunement, others called it readiness. Most people did not name it at all. They lived it. This living changed how humans thought about beginnings. Beginnings were no longer events. They were conditions, conditions that could arise without resetting the world, conditions that did not erase the past, conditions that allowed movement without pretending that movement led somewhere else. This resolved a long tension. People no longer waited for renewal. They entered when entry was possible. This did not make life meaningful in the old sense. It made it workable. And workability, people realized, was underrated. Workable lives could contain meaning, not guaranteed, possible. This reframing altered despair. Despair had thrived on endless continuation without openings. Now openings existed, small, unpredictable, but real. Despair softened, not because things improved, because stagnation was no longer total. There were cracks. Cracks are enough. Light is not required. Movement is. This did not eliminate suffering. Loss still hurt. Illness still occurred. Death still ended lives. But suffering no longer felt like a static field. There were moments when one could step differently within it. This mattered. The idea of a beginning that does not reset but re-enters spread quietly. It did not become doctrine. It did not demand belief. It offered a practice. Notice openness. Respond gently. Withdraw without guilt when it closes. This practice did not promise happiness. It promised sustainability. And sustainability in a world without mourning was the closest thing to wisdom. People began to sense that this might be the final adaptation, not a solution. A way to live without pretending that time would save them. A way to move without erasing. A way to begin without denying continuity. This did not restore the old world. It created a new interior geography. One where beginnings were not gifts from the sky. They were recognitions within the self, fragile, limited, but available. And availability, once felt, changes everything, even if nothing else changes. As this understanding deepened, another question emerged. If beginnings can exist without resets, if movement can occur without time advancing, then what exactly had humans lost when mourning disappeared? And what perhaps had they gained without realizing it? That question lingered, not urgently, open, waiting for recognition rather than answer, preparing the ground for the final understanding, one that would not resolve the absence of mourning, but would finally place it in context, not as a tragedy, not as a test, but as a transformation humanity had been forced to undergo in order to discover something it had always overlooked about what it truly means to begin. At some point, the question stopped being about the sky. People no longer asked whether morning would return. That question had exhausted itself generations ago, not through answers, but through irrelevance. A question can only survive as long as it organizes life. When it stops doing so, it dissolves. What replaced it was quieter, more unsettling. What if morning was never the beginning? This thought did not arrive as a revelation. It surfaced gradually, like something remembered rather than discovered, as if the human mind had always known it, but never needed to articulate it while the sun kept rising on schedule. Morning had been convenient, too convenient. It had done an enormous amount of psychological work on humanity's behalf. It had framed effort, justified hope, softened regret, and disguised continuity as renewal. With it gone, the scaffolding fell away, and what remained was not emptiness, it was exposure. Humans were exposed to something they had always been buffered from, existence without punctuation, not life without meaning, life without automatic meaning. This distinction mattered. When mourning existed, meaning could be outsourced. You could borrow it from the structure of time. The world itself told you when to begin, when to try again, when to forgive yourself for yesterday. Without it, meaning became visible as what it had always been, a human activity, not a property of time, not a gift from the sky, not something that arrived reliably each day. Meaning had always been something humans did. Mourning had simply made it feel effortless. Now, with that effortlessness gone, people were forced to confront a difficult truth. Life does not renew itself for you. It never did. It only appeared to. This realization did not cause despair anymore. Despair had already passed through the culture, thinned, and settled into something manageable. What emerged in its place was something closer to sobriety. Not joy, not acceptance, clarity. Clarity that life is not a story moving toward resolution. Clarity that existence is not waiting to become something else. Clarity that beginnings are not granted. They are recognized. This recognition changed how people related to themselves. They stopped thinking of their lives as projects. Projects imply completion. They began thinking of their lives as fields of attention. Attention could move. Attention could deepen. Attention could withdraw. But it did not need to arrive anywhere. This reframing relieved pressure. People no longer asked whether their lives were going somewhere. They asked whether they were present where they were. This did not make life easy. It made it honest. Pain did not dissolve. Loss did not shrink. But suffering no longer carried the additional burden of expectation. Expectation had been a hidden weight. The expectation that tomorrow would fix what today could not. Without that expectation, people learned to relate to pain differently, not with resignation, with precision. They noticed what hurt. They noticed what helped. They adjusted. This adjustment was not heroic, it was practical. Over time, humanity's relationship with time itself changed. Time stopped being treated as a resource to be managed or spent. It became a medium, like air, like water, something you move within rather than toward. This altered language again. People stopped saying, "I don't have time." They said, "I'm not open." This shift was subtle, but it changed responsibility. "I don't have time" blames an external constraint. "I'm not open" acknowledges an internal state. This acknowledgement restored agency without pressure. You were not failing. You were closed. Closure was not permanent. It did not require fixing. It simply required waiting. Waiting not for the world to change. Waiting for openness to return. This way of relating to time filtered into everything: work, love, care, rest. Nothing began automatically anymore. Nothing ended cleanly either. Life became something you entered and exited repeatedly, in small ways, without ceremony. This was disorienting at first. Then it became freeing. Because if nothing truly begins, nothing truly ends. And if nothing truly ends, then loss, while real, is not annihilating. People still died. Relationships still dissolved. Bodies still aged. But these changes no longer felt like chapters closing. They felt like shifts in texture. This did not make grief smaller. It made it less final. Grief became something you carried rather than something you passed through. Carrying grief is heavy, but it does not demand resolution. It allows coexistence. Humans learn to coexist with more things: ambiguity, uncertainty, incomplete answers. They had to. The world no longer resolved itself daily. Children growing up now did not ask about mourning. They asked different questions. Why does this feel open right now? Why does this feel heavy, even though nothing happened? Why does sometimes everything feel possible for a few minutes? Adults did not always know how to answer. They did not pretend to. They listened. Listening became the primary mode of wisdom, not instruction, not explanation. Listening to states, listening to shifts, listening to when something opened and when it closed. This listening created a quieter culture, not slower, quieter. Noise began to feel expensive, not morally, energetically. People avoided unnecessary stimulation, not out of purity, out of sensitivity. Their nervous systems had adapted to subtler cues. They noticed when something disrupted internal alignment. They stepped away. This made the world feel gentler, not kind, gentler. Gentleness became a form of intelligence, the ability to move without tearing, the ability to stop without collapsing, the ability to remain without stagnating. This intelligence was not celebrated, it was practiced. Humanity did not replace mourning with something better. It replaced it with something truer, a relationship with existence that did not rely on illusion. Mourning had been an illusion, a useful one, a beautiful one, but still an illusion. It had implied that life reset itself. That effort was always justified. That hope was always reasonable. Now humans knew otherwise. Effort was sometimes justified. Hope was sometimes appropriate. Beginnings were sometimes possible. This realism did not diminish life. It narrowed it. And in narrowing, it made room for depth. Depth had been difficult when life constantly restarted. There was always another day, another chance, another reset. Now, depth mattered. If you're open now, be open fully. If you're closed, respect it. If you care, care precisely. This precision became the new ethic, not what should be, what is, and how to meet it without violence. Violence not only toward others, toward oneself. People stopped forcing themselves into readiness. They stopped using time as a weapon. They stopped saying, "I should be able to." They said, "I'm not there." This honesty was not weakness. It was accuracy. Accuracy reduced suffering, not eliminated it, reduced it. As the generations with no memory of sunrise aged, something unexpected became clear. They did not feel deprived. They did not feel like they had lost something essential. They felt like they lived in a world that asked more of them internally, a world that did not carry them forward automatically, a world that required attention instead of faith. They were not nostalgic. They were skilled. Skilled at sensing, skilled at pacing, skilled at entering moments without expecting them to last. This skill did not make life extraordinary. It made it inhabitable. And perhaps that had always been the point. Perhaps mourning had never been about hope. Perhaps it had been about habit. A habit that allowed humans to avoid confronting the fact that life does not promise renewal. Now, without that habit, humans were learning something slower, more difficult, more honest. That renewal is not a property of time. It is a relationship with experience. It happens when attention aligns, when care is present, when openness appears, not because a day has begun, but because a moment allows entry. This understanding did not end the night. The world did not grow brighter. But people no longer waited for light to justify living. They lived when living was possible. They rested when resting was needed. They did not pretend continuity was progress. They did not demand that life become something else. And in that refusal, something softened. Not the world, the pressure to arrive, the pressure to become, the pressure to begin again. There was no again. There was only here. And here, it turned out, was not empty. It was simply unmarked. And unmarked space, while frightening at first, allows a different kind of movement. Not forward, not backward, but inward, toward the quiet realization that perhaps humanity had not lost its mornings, but had been asked, finally, to live without borrowing meaning from them. And that realization did not conclude anything. It did not close the story. It did not explain the night away. It simply remained, like breath, like presence, like the subtle sense that even without a sunrise, something in you still knows when it is possible to enter life, and when it is enough for now to stay still.